I will do the same, Mr. Lee. This is Alicia Ortiz. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, ma'am, I can. Thank you.
Good.
Are you taking the lead today, Ms. Ortiz?
No, sir, I'm not. We'll follow the hearing examiner.
Thank you.
It's a little unique situation where Ms. Ortiz is my client, and the hearing officer is also associated with the New Mexico Department of Transportation. So Ms. Ortiz is going to be a witness today.
All right, thank you. I'm ready when you are, Judge.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. It is 8:59. We'll give one more minute. Let me do a quick roll call and see who we're missing. Mr. Bartell, Ms. Miller, Ms. Stevens. Is Mr. Herman here?
He's joining right now.
Okay, Mr. Herman's joining right now. We got Mr. Roybal, got the court reporter, and we've got our last witness. Okay, we'll give it one more minute. Okay, Mr. Herman is here. All right, let's get going. Let me start the recording. All right. It is Thursday, May 29th, 2025. It is 9 o'clock. We are continuing the hearing that began yesterday. And before we begin, I just want to do a little bit of housekeeping. So I think we announced yesterday that we're going to be losing Mr. Lee, our court reporter, no later than 1 o'clock, but we do have another court reporter who will be coming on at that time. Also, after the hearing last night, we received some messages, one from Mr. Bartell's firm indicating that there was an errata notice for the applicant, the rebuttal testimony of Mr. Campion. Did everyone receive that? Yep, okay. Oh, no, Ms. Miller is indicating she did not receive that, and so is Ms. Stevens. Okay.
No, I just did not.
Okay, Mr. Bartell?
So this is a cleanup. We had previously sent the omitted page 10 from rebuttal testimony for Campion, but when we Bates numbered the rebuttal testimony, for some reason, page 10 was still omitted. So this is just another copy of page 10 with a Bates number on it.
Okay, all right. Everybody got that?
Yeah, that was
All right.
yesterday afternoon during the hearing, but it's just the one page. Mr.
Right.
Was there a comprehensive corrected version, or are we just gonna have to put the page together ourselves?
I can send a comprehensive version, but it seems well, Madam Hearing Examiner, how would you like me to handle this?
Yeah, it seems like can you just so the version that was sent was just missing a page, and so you just want to slide that page in. It doesn't interrupt the Bates numbering at all, right?
The Bates number is the same page as the previous page, but with an A. So the overall Bates numbering doesn't change.
All right. So do you need the whole thing, Miss Stevens?
No, I mean, I'll have to put it together myself. I was thinking more for your record. So that
Okay. I can just insert it. Yeah. But if you have trouble, let me know and we'll make sure you get the whole version. All right. And I forwarded that. Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Stevens. Go ahead.
Mr. Campion's already gone. I just wanted to suggest that for the purposes of the court reporter's official record, you'll want to have that page inserted in rather than floating around as a separate exhibit. Whether you take that task on yourself or Mr. Bartell does, I'm just urging you to
Okay. Mm-hmm.
not.
Well, I've already forwarded it to the court reporter, and so we'll work it out between us. And if I need to, because I think it's just more efficient if I'm the only one dealing with the court reporter. So I'll take care of that. If he wants a fully articulated version, then I will take care of sending that to the court reporter, and we'll have that discussion later.
Madam
Right.
Hearing Examiner, I just, for a point of clarification,
Sure.
wanted to, I know I had stated an objection yesterday to the exhibits to
Mhm.
the rebuttal testimony. And I don't recall that those were admitted.
We're going to get to that. That's one of
Okay.
my housekeeping things I'm going to get to.
Okay.
All right. So the other communication we received after last night was from the City of Las Cruces, Miss Stevens, and she is indicating that there is a new version, a corrected version of Chief Daniel's direct testimony. Did everyone receive that?
Yes.
Okay. So no problems with that. And I've already forwarded it to the court reporter. So we're good with that. All right. Now, yes, let's get to the topic of exhibits. So starting with Elite Medical Transport, so far, by my accounting, we have admitted exhibit B1, B2, B5 with a correction to page 6, line 12. We've admitted B4 and B3. Now, we've talked about some other exhibits, but that's all that's been actually admitted at this point. So it would seem to me that the last exhibit we looked at yesterday, which was B14, would need to be admitted. I think that was Deputy Chief Heck's notes.
When you run off that list, C1, Mr. Heck's testimony has also been admitted. When he took
Okay,
his-
I haven't gotten there yet. I'm still just doing elites. Okay.
And
So-
Madam Hearing Examiner, exhibit B5, I think you said, did you say that had been admitted?
Yes, isn't that the rebuttal testimony?
It is, but my question was, I had objected to the attachments to that rebuttal testimony.
And the attachments were the slide and the video and the transcript
the
of the meeting.
transcript, yes.
Okay,
And part of that is, I mean, you did allow Mr. Bartel to play parts of the meeting video for purposes of cross-examination. But I objected to the admission of that as an exhibit. I don't think the video was attached as an exhibit to the
yeah, I
rebuttal
believe that
testimony. It
one's
was just that
B7.
transcript. Yes.
Okay,
Um,
okay,
But I would object to the transcript as well, either by itself or as an attachment to the rebuttal testimony.
okay.
Yeah, for the reasons that I had stated yesterday, but there's no reason why we would need both the transcript and the video when Mr. Campion's already been, or Mr. Heck has already been questioned on that.
Okay. All right. I'm definitely going to admit the PowerPoint slide that was shown yesterday. So that is going to be come in as the attachment to Mr. Campion's rebuttal testimony.
Madam Hearing Examiner, that's also exhibit B8.
B8. Okay, so let's just go ahead and because he has did you attach, Mr. Bartel, did you attach the transcript as a separate, I'm sorry, did you submit the transcript as a separate exhibit, separate from the attachment?
Yes, it's identified on our exhibit list as exhibit B6.
Okay, all right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to admit B5, just the rebuttal testimony without the attachments being the PowerPoint slide and the transcript. So the rebuttal testimony in its entirety without those attachments are coming in. Now, referencing B8, which is the PowerPoint slide, does anyone, I know Ms. Miller has an objection to that. Does anyone have any objection? Anyone else have any objection to that? B8, which is the PowerPoint slide? Okay, so that's admitted. And we'll take the video and also the transcript of the video. We'll continue to see how that's going to be used, whether it's going to come in or not. Everybody understand? Okay.
Very
All right.
well.
Did we go ahead? Do we need to go ahead and get B14 in?
Well, there do seem to be some additional exhibits that we discussed yesterday during the cross-examination of Chief Heck. Exhibit B9 is the professional services agreement.
Does anyone have any objection to B9? Okay, admitted.
And then we also used it's our exhibit B14, which are the IFT stakeholder meeting notes that Chief Heck took.
Does anyone have any objection to B14?
Madam Hearing Examiner, I do not have any objections, of course, but these exhibits, those four pieces of notes from the IFT committee meetings, they're attached to Mr. Heck's testimony as, let me see what the exhibit number is.
1-8A.
Yeah, well, I think that, yeah, they're in his testimony. And they've already been admitted essentially because they're attachments to Mr. Heck's testimony. I'm not sure, I believe Mr. Bartel pulled out a different copy for his. It's exhibit, well, actually, if you have Mr. Heck's testimony open, there's an exhibit on page C-0067. There's an exhibit SH12, which incorporates that discovery response. And a couple pages down, you'll see each of the four sets of notes taken by various members of the Las Cruces Fire Department. So all I'm saying is admitting it, I think, would be duplicated. Nobody objected when Mr. Heck's testimony came in.
Mr. Bartel, are you okay with going with the City of Las Cruces' version of Deputy Chief Heck's notes?
Well, I mean, these are duplicate exhibits. There's no question about that. And obviously, I'm not going to object to using the city's exhibit. That's what I started with. I am concerned, however, that if we start changing the exhibit lists that have been filed, that's going to be somewhat confusing on the record because I was referring to our exhibit number.
Yeah, you were referring to B14.
So
I don't have a problem with it being duplicative. So it's just, we're aware of that. So does anyone else have any objection to that?
Madam Hearing Examiner, I did state an objection yesterday that there wasn't a foundation laid for the notes taken by Mr. Kozlowski.
Oh, right.
Those I would object to on the grounds of hearsay. Mr. Heck testified yesterday that those weren't taken in a regularly conducted business of the city, and
So
there's a foundation laid for those.
Okay. I do not see in B14 any reference to Mr. Kozlowski.
it's the next, Madam Hearing
I'm sorry,
Examiner,
that would be B16.
It's,
Okay.
yes, it's B16. It's the second one that I used with Chief Heck.
Okay, so back to B14. Does anyone, other than the objections that have already been stated, does anyone have any objection to B14? Okay, admitted. Okay, now let's get to B16. All right, so this is the, this is also CLC Exhibit 1-8, paren C, close paren. Let's see. This looks like, contains the notes from Mr. Kozlowski. So, and I heard your objection, Ms. Miller. Are there any other objections to that? Okay, I am going to allow this exhibit B16. And Ms. Miller, I'm sure you can handle that and cross-exam with that. All right. Any other exhibit for Elite? All right.
I
How
think
about
that's
City?
good.
Okay, good. How about City of Las Cruces? This is what I have admitted so far. I have C1 and C10 admitted.
Yes,
Those are the only two we've admitted so far. Is that correct?
correct.
All right. Now we're going to American Medical Response. I have E4, E7, E6, and E7. Is that a complete list of what we've admitted so far?
E4, I
E4,
believe
E6, and E7.
E5 as well. Hold on. Let me just make sure.
Okay, so that would be the admitted
that-
response. Go ahead.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm. Actually, no. You are correct. It would be E4, E6, and E7.
Okay. All right. And we have nothing from DOT yet and nothing from Dona Ana County. So, all right, we have that bit of housekeeping taken care of. Now, so we are ready to begin to continue the cross-examination of Chief Deputy Sean Heck. Mr. Heck, are you, there you are. Good morning.
Morning, ma'am.
I just want to remind you that you are still under oath, the oath that you took yesterday. So, and with that reminder, then I think we are up to Elite has already finished their cross-examination. So AMR is up. So Ms. Miller, it's your witness.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Heck. How are you doing today?
Good, fine, ma'am. Good morning, Ms. Miller.
Yesterday, you were asked questions about the March 10 joint work session. And I wanted to ask, are you aware that no one from AMR was asked to come to that meeting to discuss the issues pertaining to their performance under the contract?
Yes, ma'am. I was aware that they were not brought
Okay.
into that.
And no one from AMR was present at that meeting, correct?
Correct. No one was there.
You were asked about a representation that was made at the meeting that Dona Ana County for the last 4 months of 2024 was averaging having to transport 225 patients each month because AMR could not. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am. I remember that.
And you stated that you had remembered that had been discussed. So I wanted to pull up the exhibit B9, which is the professional services agreement between the city and the county. And I'm going to go to Bates number B0535. I'll turn to that first so I'm not scrolling. Okay, it's actually page 1 of the contract.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Heck, can you see the contract on the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I wanted to scroll down to paragraph 2, where it says scope of services. And it states that the scope of services essentially the contractor shall perform services as proposed in response to the city's RFP number 22-23-021 as set forth in Exhibit A to the agreement, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So the scope of what the contractor is supposed to, the services that AMR is supposed to provide is all in Exhibit A, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And turning to Exhibit A, we're going to look at B 0544 through B 0549. Let's this portion of the, so this is response time zones and standards. Do you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And this portion of the PSA sets forth the response times and standards for 3 different zones in Doña Ana County, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I'll scroll down. So there's a north zone, correct?
Yes.
And you call that zone C?
Yes, ma'am.
Is this a zone that's outside of the city?
Yeah, that's generally the, as it says, there's the hatch area. It's
Okay.
it's just that area north of the what we call the central zone, which is where the city proper is.
Okay. And can you read for me that second dark bullet point under zone C? Starting with Doña Ana County Fire?
Yeah, Doña Ana County Fire will provide backup ambulance service for this zone as needed.
Slow down and read it again.
I'm sorry?
Slow
Slow
Yeah.
down? Is that okay?
down.
Yeah. Could you
Sorry.
read it a little slower for the court
Yes,
reporter?
no problem. Sorry about that. Yeah, so it says Doña Ana County Fire will provide backup ambulance services for this zone as needed.
Okay, so you would agree with me that the professional services agreement specifically states the Doña Ana County Fire will provide backup services for this zone, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So the contract specifically contemplates that the county will be providing transport services in the north zone.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah, it is addressed in there.
Okay, and then I want to scroll down to the south zone at the bottom of B0545. And the south zone, is that also outside the city?
Yes. Yes, ma'am. That's somewhere around the neighborhood. I guess best way would be like south of Mesquite, roughly. I mean, there's a line that's listed out, but it's roughly in that area.
Okay. And then on the following page, B0546, can you read that second bullet point that appears starting with Doña Ana County Fire?
Yes, ma'am. And it says pretty much the same thing. Doña Ana County Fire will provide backup ambulance services for this zone as needed.
Okay. So there are 2 zones, 2 of the 3 zones where the contract specifically contemplates the Doña Ana County will be providing transport service, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you testified yesterday that the contract specifically provides in Exhibit A, that's section 4.1, and I can scroll to it if you need me to, but it's at Bates number B0542, that the City of Las Cruces Fire Department takes all high priority calls within the city limits, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So the contract specifically contemplates that the county, the city, and AMR are all going to take transports within Doña Ana County, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Under the 911 service needs. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, I'm going to stop sharing for now. So even though you attended that March 10 meeting and spoke to the county commission and the city council, you were not put under oath at that meeting, correct?
No, ma'am. Not at all.
Okay. And you had stated at that meeting that the city was performing 800 transfers a month in addition to the high priority calls.
Yes, ma'am, I did.
But the period of time that that applied to was in 2024, correct? Not 2025?
Correct.
Okay.
And that number two, I think, also kind of had a little history behind it from 22, 23, 24, kind of all kind of in my head at the same time, all those numbers.
But when you were talking to the city council at that meeting, the period of time that was discussed regarding AMR's performance of the contract was in 2024, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, from the beginning of this agreement.
Okay. Did you mean to say that the city was performing 800 calls per quarter? And I asked that because 800 calls per month would be approximately 26 transfers per day.
Yes, ma'am. No, I did not mean to say quarters. Honestly, it was again, like I said, I was probably when I was asked, I was trying to just go back to what has been, I guess, historical data too, as well. Looking at where we were at and where we were coming from out of the old contract into the new contract. We were doing more. We were probably kind of close to that back in the 2023, 2022 timeframe. We were definitely walking into that venue, but with the new contract, we were able to get some of those issues addressed. And so, when I even after the testimony, I went back and looked at the data from that timeframe and realized I was a little excessive in my statement at the meeting.
Okay, so would you agree that the city was not performing 800 non-high acuity transfers per month in 2024?
Correct.
Okay, it was less than that, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I think what you just said is the new contract had addressed some of the issues that had been pending before this current professional services agreement was entered into in March of 2024, correct?
Correct, ma'am.
And the city has a certificate to provide ambulance service in Doña Ana County, correct?
I can't remember if it's the county or just the city, but we do have a certificate of need. I just can't remember the boundaries of our certificate of need.
Okay.
If I remember correctly, I believe ours is just for the city because the county has theirs.
So, pursuant to so the city does have a certificate to perform ambulance service, even if it's just within the city. Is the city able to bill for transports within the city?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it fair to say that in the past several months, the city has seen a decrease in the number of non-high acuity transfers it is performing per month?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is it a significant decrease?
So I guess it'd be tough to define what your view of significant compared to mine would be, ma'am, to be honest with you. There has been a decrease.
Okay. And would you attribute that decrease to having been addressed by the issues that have been discussed in the IFT stakeholder meetings with
Yes,
the hospitals?
Yes, ma'am. That's kind of why we were taking the notes to kind of track where hiring was going and unit availability. That's what we were kind of, it was another venue to kind of have that conversation between that and the AOC.
When was the last stakeholder meeting that you went to?
Ooh. To be honest, ma'am, I don't quite recall the last one I attended.
Okay. Was it, have you attended any in 2025?
Yes, ma'am. I believe maybe probably the January or the February one. I attended one of those two.
Okay. So you may have attended the February meeting?
Yes, ma'am. I can't remember, to be honest with you.
Okay. Who was invited to those IFT stakeholder meetings? Do you know? Are you the one that invites people?
Yes. I didn't start it though. That was actually started by Mike Chief Daniels. He started it back, and so basically set the schedule up and then sent it out to the stakeholders in the community that we felt would benefit from attending this and being able to have that venue of conversation with AMR about the IFTs, and then for us too as stakeholders and the impact IFTs have to our overall system, obviously, and as the contracted managers of the PSA, we wanted to be involved in that and be part of and listen to kind of see how that was progressing through. And so I don't know what led to the list. According to what Chief Daniels told me, it was people who were the heavy stakeholders, the hospitals, hospice, right? People who have facilities like some of the dialysis centers who have a constant IFT needs. Those were the people who were generally reached out to be involved in this.
Okay. And you said that the Chief Daniels started those meetings. Did he start those in conjunction with AMR?
Yeah, I believe that. I'm going to say they did. I would probably say you probably want to ask him how the origination of that came.
Okay. And does AMR lead those meetings?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, they set the standard of the content that's going to be in there.
Okay. To your knowledge, has anyone from Elite ever attended those meetings?
No, not that I can recall. No one that's ever identified themselves from that.
Okay. In any of the, but I would say any of the meetings that you attended in 2025, have you heard from any of the three hospitals attending those meetings that they have seen improvement in IFT response times by AMR? I know you haven't attended the most recent ones, but do you have any memory?
I was in a weird transitional period of my career and stepping in when Chief retired to take over, and most of that really did fall on Kyle Kozlowski, Lieutenant Kozlowski. He was that person who spent most standard time into that as our rep for the department to be in there.
Okay.
And then, if I remember correctly, too, I believe our CEO, battalion chief of the chief executive office was also, his name is Cody Richards, was also in attendance to those as well. He started taking on that role because he's kind of the manager of the CQI team as well, and working with Cos on that. So that kind of shifted over to them too.
Okay. So in 2025, you haven't really been attending the IFT stakeholder meetings?
No, ma'am, not in any venue to be able to make any sort of statement on performance. That's for certain.
Okay.
Okay, Ms. Miller, I just want to give you, you got about 5 more minutes.
Okay. Really quickly, Mr. Heck, I wanted to ask you about the liquidated damages that were discussed yesterday in that slide that you saw. The contracts provides for liquidated damages for not meeting response times for 911 calls, correct?
Correct, ma'am. Yeah, that's only for 911.
It's not for interfacility transfers, correct?
No, ma'am, not at all.
And would you agree that AMR is currently challenging the number of 911 responses for which the city is alleging they did not meet the required response times?
Yes, we've been going through that process as it listed in the PSA of their ability to request exemption. I believe we're almost completely through that though, ma'am. But yeah,
okay.
the process is finishing.
And pursuant to the agreement at Exhibit A, Section 4.7D, and I can show that to you if you want, but That is the provision that provides that AMR can seek exemptions for liquidated damages pursuant to the terms of the agreement, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And specifically, they can challenge alleged liquidated damages on the grounds that 911, for example, 911 call is downgraded to a non-emergent call, correct?
Correct, ma'am.
They can challenge it based on a call being canceled prior to a unit arrival.
Yes, ma'am.
They can challenge it based on dispatching errors,
Yes, ma'am.
on challenge based on multiple units responded, but the first unit is the one that counts.
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
They can challenge it based on whether or not there are traffic related delays,
Yes, ma'am.
weather conditions and road closures.
Yes, ma'am.
So right now it's unclear what the liquidated damages will be for 2024, correct?
Correct. We're getting close to finishing that, though. Chief Daniels was trying to get that buttoned up here pretty quick.
Okay. So you cannot say that the liquidated damages that Mr. Bartel showed you in that slide were accurate, correct?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
I wanted to address quickly the IFT meeting minutes that you had been asked about.
Mhm.
Specifically at page base number C69, September 4th, 2024. And I think that's attached to your direct testimony, so I can pull that up.
I'm sorry, can you tell me the exhibit number again for that?
Oh, this is Mr. Heck's direct testimony, so it's C1.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. And I wanted to look at the September 4th meeting minutes. There was a notation in here about 4 hospice patients being forgotten. Do you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
And you testified yesterday that you do not remember the discussion with respect to that notation, correct?
No, not at all. I don't. And judging by how I do my notes, that was probably something said by hospice, not something presented by AMR, because usually AMR would start in the beginning with their conversations, and then as other people started bringing issues forward or things, like I said, to me, it was a memory jogger to remind me to track to see if that happens again. That was all that was for.
Okay. And without scrolling through all of these meeting minutes, would you agree that nowhere in the subsequent meeting notes does it mention that patients were forgotten?
No, it was never brought forward that happened again.
Okay. And I'm going to turn to December 4th, which is page C70.
Mm-hmm.
You were asked yesterday about the notation stating that the hospital data on those that wait longer than 5 hours was 200 plus per month at MMC. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
But your notes do not state the reason for those response times, correct?
Oh, no.
And response times can be affected when another, for example, when another receiving facility is not ready to accept the patient, correct?
Yeah, that was something that Kenny had mentioned on a few of his in a couple of the meetings, is again sharing of information between them, of him trying to get that to the hospitals as if we're called and we're scheduled, please make sure they're ready. If we have to wait because the physicians didn't finish the orders or anything like that, that could impact their ability to meet the time demands for that, or have to leave and come back later or reschedule. Yes, ma'am.
And response times can be affected by a patient not having all their medical documentation ready to be taken to the receiving facility, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And response times, again, can be affected by weather, traffic, or other reasons that are beyond the control of AMR, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And I believe Mr. Campione testified yesterday, I don't know if, I think you were here for that there are things beyond Elite's control that affect response times. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am. And that's I think a standard across all organizations for EMS
Okay.
response.
To your knowledge, did any of those greater than 5-hour response times apply to an emergency interfacility transfer, such as a transfer to a higher level of care?
I'm going to say no, ma'am. Nothing that was brought to our attention, because if those did occur, they would have engaged probably our system to try to help with that. We would back them up if needed.
Okay. So you would say likely those 5-hour plus response times did not involve any kind of emergency?
No,
ma'am. Your testimony, your direct testimony is dated March 14th, 2025, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And yesterday afternoon, you were asked by your counsel if you were asked the same questions today, would your direct testimony be the same? Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And you responded that it would?
Yes, ma'am.
So is it fair to say that the concerns that you testified about in your direct about the granting of Elite's application, you still have those same concerns today?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
All right, so the next person would be Mr. Herman. Do you have any questions?
I'll waive all cross-examination until staff's witness.
Until staff's what?
Witness.
Okay, all right. Then next up is DOT, Mr. Roybal.
Just a quick question. I heard you testify a lot about high acuity transports. I noticed in your direct testimony that you only mentioned it once. What is your understanding, or what do you consider a high acuity?
For a 911 call, or just high acuity
Is
overall?
it overall?
Okay.
Educate me.
Yeah, well, for a high acuity is anybody who is unstable that requires a medical intervention or a higher level of care, that if they don't receive that within anywhere, depending on the type of the injury, from whether we're talking like a heart attack where seconds count, or a cardiac arrest where seconds count as well, to some things that you maybe got 30 or 40 minutes. But I would say anything that if they don't receive any sort of definitive intervention within 30 minutes to 45 minutes could result in the loss of life.
And so, is it true that any high acuity transport would have to go through the 911 services?
Not any transport that's high acuity, because some of those do go through, like I said, an IFT process where that organization or the entity will contact AMR for those, and they would go through their systems and through what their processes are, which I can't attest to that. I'm assuming the supervisor gets notified and it goes from there. We did create a process in our dispatch system under 911 for that to happen as well, if needed. If the entity decided that this person is to that point where either they couldn't reach AMR or for whatever, they can call 911 and then set up that emergent IFT through 911 as well, if necessary.
And you just said our 911 system? Who are you referring to?
Oh, I'm sorry, MRVDA, Mississippi Valley Regional Dispatch Authority.
And who's a part of MRVDA?
Well, everybody in the county and AMR.
AMR is part of MRVDA?
Yes. Yeah,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. Yeah, they're dispatched through MRVDA. They receive the calls from MRVDA. For 911, they come through through MRVDA to them directly. They don't. The call center that they use that was mentioned from Dallas is just for their IFTs. Their 911 responses are done through MRVDA.
With regards to MRVDA's operation, is it controlled by a board?
Yes. Yeah.
And is AMR on the board of MRVDA?
No, that's
who is on
the board is PD, represents from the different PD factions between sheriff, LCPD, and then I believe even people that serve in the jail too as well, I believe is there. And then the major players in the fire service, obviously LCFD, Doña County Fire, Sunland Park, right? They're the major stakeholders in MRVDA. They're the ones who are on the MRVDA board.
Have you ever served on the MRVDA board?
As acting chief, I had to sit on that for those 3 months.
Is it fair to say that the MRVDA board is controlled by Las Cruces and Don Ana County?
Yes, sir. It is. Yes, sir.
No further questions.
Okay, I have some questions.
Yes, ma'am.
So yesterday, it was mentioned in your testimony that sometimes there are as much as 5-hour wait times at the hospital that has been happening in the past. So can you tell me, when somebody is waiting for 5 hours in a hospital, tell me if you know, where are they waiting?
Based upon, again, this is just from what was said and what I can kind of recall in conversations with Todd, who is the rep from Memorial Medical Center, and then David Almaguer, who is the EMS representative for Mountain View, and talking with them about some of their issues with wait times. Is they're generally the patients occupying a room or a bed in a room, and they're waiting there for that transfer to occur. And that's where we get involved because, or I've been involved in the conversations because somebody who's in the ER waiting for an admission is now holding the ER bed. And so they're waiting for that bed to open up on the floor so they can go to the floor. And then when we get with our patients, we have an ER bed to place the patient. And that's kind of where that cycle comes in.
I gotcha. Okay, tell me if you know, when that person is waiting for a ride in that hospital room, are they officially released from the hospital? Are they no longer considered a hospital patient?
Oh, I don't know that one now.
You don't know that one?
No,
Okay.
no,
I'm just wondering, yeah, because I'm just wondering if while they're waiting there, even though they're in the hospital room, is somebody checking on them to make sure that they,
I would think if it's me, I would be still checking on the people who are in our rooms. I think I would suffice to say they're probably obligated to do that. But by that time they're probably stable and they don't require a constant, they don't need to be checked every 5 to 10 minutes like you do in an ICU. It's probably just every couple hours or an hour. So just see how they're doing.
Just to see if they need a drink of water or a little something to eat, or maybe even help going to the bathroom.
Yes,
okay. All right. Okay. So thank you. Also, okay. So you indicated this morning that you may have been a little excessive in saying that there were 800 calls per month.
Yes, ma'am.
But can you give me any quantification of how many that number has gone down to?
When I was looking yesterday, I was trying to look back at the last quarter that we were looking at as dictated. And when I went in there and looked, we were down to about 137 of those excessively late calls where our rescues are transported.
Okay, and that's 137 per month, not per quarter.
No, that would have been for from December, from 1/1 till 3/1.
Okay.
So for that
All
time.
right. All right. Okay. Now, there's been some mention about the stakeholders meeting. So that doesn't appear, you correct me if I'm wrong, is that open to the public? Is that noticed so that anybody can come to that?
No, it's not something that's like shared. I think someone mentioned that we don't post it or anything else like that for any of those, for anything like that. It's definitely, I mean, I don't think we
invitation only.
Yeah. Yeah, right. I think it is kind of that invitation only. Somebody, hey, can I come attend? I mean, we would have to, we did kind of have a conversation with ourselves about, hey, who needs to be there, just open to anybody. And it's like, well, why are they coming to this? I mean, be questioning that, right? I mean, who's that bored in their day that they want to sit through that? But yeah, but generally speaking, it was pretty open, especially if they're a healthcare provider or healthcare entity in our community, we'd let them come in, people who use that service.
Sure. Okay. All right. Now there's a question about this ambulance oversight committee. Now that's something different from the stakeholder meetings. Okay. Is that an official committee of the city or the county?
Yes, it's both. It's a
Both, a joint
group
committee.
endeavor. It's a joint committee involving
Mhm.
all the stakeholders in the PSA, the people who AMR is serving through that agreement. Everybody sends a representative from the county themselves to the departments in the county, the different, Doña County Fire Summit, the CIA, and then of course LCFD, and then of course AMR is part of that too as well.
Okay, so the people who comprise the committee are only members of the city of Las Cruces, Doña County, and AMR.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, now when they meet, are these meetings are they noticed publicly?
No, ma'am.
Okay, all right,
No, ma'am.
okay, so, all right. All right, I think that's all the questions I have for you.
Okay.
So now we will go to Ms. Stevens, who can redirect.
Give me 1 second here. I think I had one question. Clarify, but let me see.
I'm sorry, Miss Stevens, I can barely hear you.
Yeah, I have a question here about Miss Miller's cross-examination of you earlier this morning. Mr. Heck, she asked you whether you were under oath at the March 10th joint meeting of the city and the county, and your answer was no. My just question to you is, were you trying to be as truthful as you could, even though you were not specifically under oath?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, I know the information provided is important, and so again, trying to be as truthful, but there was some of that information kind of like, again, you're just trying to remember and recall from past and from data points that you look at over a period of time. So
That's all. Thank you very much.
All right, so does anyone else have any recross questions at this point?
Madam Hearing Examiner, I do.
Okay,
With respect to the question about if it wasn't 800 transports of non-high acuity patients per month, how many it was. Do I understand that you're now saying that in the first quarter of 2025, being from January 1 to March 31, the city fire department transported non-high high acuity patients 137 times total or per month?
So, so I'm going to say, if I remember correctly, it was from January. I was just going to 2025. So January 1 to March 31st, the end of the month. I was looking at that time frame.
And that number is 137 for the quarter.
Yes, if I remember correctly. Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Sorry.
Chief Heck, did you actually look at a report before you testified this morning that said 137 transports?
I was looking at it last night, sir, before I left to kind of.
What report?
I'm sorry?
What report did you look at?
It's we get, because we use a system, as in the PSA, we have what we call a third-party program that allows us to evaluate our calls for that, where we can do the gosh dang it, sorry, I apologize, I just forgot my words. That allows us to do dang it, when they ask for the easement of the liquidated damages. Just forgot the dang word. And so we use a program called First Watch to do this. And the First Watch has a compliance utility that allows us to go in. And so AMR is at that point allowed to look at it. Basically, on this call, we're requesting an exemption for this reason. And the reasons that were listed a little while ago. And so we use that tool. And then when we're done and we go through all that, then we're able to reevaluate where we sit with the penalties and where that sits for the liquidated damages. And so when we look at that report, it gives us the initial beginning phase, and then after we finish all the exemptions, and then we see where we end. And then when we end, that's when we basically provide the report. And it's AMR's program too. We both all have access to this. We say, okay, hey, we've done it. We all pull the report, we look at it and say, okay, this is where the liquidated damages are. And so when I was looking at that report, I was trying to look to see where we were, and basically we get the critical, the non-critical, and what we call the non-emergency calls that that AMR has that in our zone, where we end up having that are over that 2159, where we now engage our LCFD unit to transport those patients. And that's what I was trying to look at yesterday to see, to try to see where we are, so I have a better, I guess, knowledge of where we're going or where we are sitting today with their performance. So, and that's what I was looking at, sir.
So when you refer to the 2159, you're talking about the trigger time in the PSA. We find it in paragraph 4.5. And this is Bates number B0545. Is that right?
Yes, sir. The what we call the excessively late one. Yes, sir.
So the 137 calls in the first quarter of 2025 that you're testifying to today, were all of those subject to being added to the liquidated damages list?
Yes, sir. That's all part of that equation, sir. Yes, sir.
Are there other transports that the city did in that same time period that for whatever reason were taken off of the liquidated damages list?
Yes, sir. There are transports that could hit that. One, obviously, the ones that are assigned just to us, that based upon the contracts, those exemptions that we handle ours. And then if a request is made outside of that 2159, so if a company requests for a transport unit sooner than that 2159 benchmark, then that call would not trigger something in our OCU. It would not trigger as a liquidated damage excessively late call in our system.
Do you have any idea of how many calls fall into that category for that same time frame, the first quarter of 2025?
No, sir. No, sir. I don't.
And one final question, Chief, we ask a number of requests for production to which these reports, I think, would be responsive. Do you know why the city wouldn't be producing first watch reports that are available to you in this context?
To be honest with you, sir, no. I think if they were requested, I don't see a reason why we shouldn't.
Yeah.
Nothing further.
He's inquiring into legal theory, legal decisions here. Plus, he's going to have to explain exactly what the discovery request was, because the discovery response was accurate as to what was requested by the company. And I do not think that I should have to cross-examine my witness to prove the point. Mr. Bartel needs to pull up the discovery request and see why he did not get these reports.
Madam Hearing Examiner, if I may, this is an instance of surprise. We now have a city witness who's testifying about reports from a program that the fire department has access to, that he's reviewing, that have to do with performance standards and the evaluation of AMR that were not produced to us. So I'm not asking for a ruling at this time. I'm just pointing out that we may consider the need for further motion practice on this.
May I respond?
Sure.
These are not reports in the sense that they were documents. It was a request for production of documents. There is a utility that Mr. Heck went into last night and pulled out specific information for his own use. There's no permanent record of that. It's one of these program things. That's a very technical term, but I think you know what I mean. We were asked to produce documents and we answered the questions accurately. That's why we gave all those notes from the 4 individuals, even 2 of whom aren't here as witnesses. But we did not have a report, and the request actually was, if I remember correctly, was phrased reports from AMR to the city, which meant, our interpretation, a report generated and transmitted by the AMR, transmitted to the city in a form that was, that was permanent, essentially a document.
Okay.
I guess what I'm saying, there's a difference between information and documents or reports.
Okay. I'm unclear if I'm being asked to do something right now. Is there?
Madam Hearing Examiner, no, I am not making a motion. I'll
Okay.
reserve that.
And Ms. Stevens, are you making a motion?
I am just objecting to Mr. Bartel haranguing the witness about why the city did not produce reports when I'm saying that based on the discovery which
Okay.
he knew
Okay.
that these were not reports, and even according to Mr. Heck's testimony today, that he went in and looked at his computer. He did
Okay.
not produce
All
the
right.
report. I could have.
Okay. All right. Mr. Bartel, are you finished with your recross?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So we can just move on. I've heard everything. We can move on. All right. Does anyone else have any questions for Deputy Chief Heck? All right. Hearing none. Deputy Chief Heck, thank you for your testimony. You are now dismissed as a witness. However, I would say that you may be called back for rebuttal. In your particular case, it probably is more likely than not that you might be called back for rebuttal. So you might just want to hang around, but thank you for your testimony today. We appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Next up is going to be Michael Daniels. And is Mr. Daniels present? There's a
I am, ma'am. Sorry.
Okay. Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing good. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, if I could just get you to raise your right hand. Okay, do you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, please identify yourself by spelling your name for the court reporter. Tell us where you are testifying from and identify who, if anyone, is in the room with you.
So my name is Michael Daniels. That's MichaelDaniels. I'm testifying from my office in Las Cruces, and I do not have anyone in the room with me. It's just myself.
Okay, thank you. All right, Ms. Stevens, your witness.
Good morning, Chief Daniels. How are you?
I'm doing good, ma'am. Thank you.
Do you have in front of you, I don't quite yet, a document that's been marked CLC exhibit number C2, the corrected direct testimony of Michael Daniels? This is the version that was circulated by email yesterday after the hearing and was discussed this morning.
I do, ma'am.
Okay. Well, did you have the opportunity to prepare that testimony in March of 2025?
I did, ma'am.
And would you like to point us to the corrections that were made last evening, which are quite minor but slightly embarrassing, because they refer to a concurrent proceeding, not this one?
Yes, ma'am. On page 6, line 10, it's referred to as EP, and it should have said elite. And then in addition to that, on page 19, sorry, I'm getting to my pages. Line 14, that also occurred, and I apologize. I hope everyone can appreciate the fact that we have 3 of these going on at one time, and it's easy to get caught up.
And how many times did you read these testimonies without catching them?
I'm sorry, Miss Stevens, I can barely understand you.
And how many times did you and I and Deputy Chief Heck read these testimonies and not see it?
A ton of times.
Many, many. Okay, so with those 2 changes, would you please turn to the beginning of your testimony and where it's asked what your current employment is, and it says that you're Deputy Chief of Operations. Would you like to please explain what's happened since you filed this testimony on March 14th that has left you with the title of full-fledged Chief of the Fire Department?
Yes, as Chief Heck stated, we our Fire Chief Jason Smith, who was the fire chief when this began, retired in January. Chief Heck was the interim through March, and at the end of March, I was appointed as the fire chief. So and my official start was March 23rd, so it was before we filed this testimony.
And could you very, very, very briefly tell us how your role has changed now that you're the chief?
So as a deputy chief, I was I was doing exactly what Chief Heck is doing now. I was managing the 911 side of our operations. And in my new role, I've also absorbed the administrative side of our department. So managing the department's entire operations as of the end of March.
And as far as the professional services agreement goes, which is attached to your testimony, has your role changed prospectively? Obviously, it didn't change retrospectively, but prospectively, how has your role changed vis-a-vis that agreement?
So, so just for the sake of clarity, when the contract was initiated, beginning in March, I was tasked with helping getting it going. So March 2024, sorry. So in March 2024, I was tasked with getting the contract going and initiated. And when Chief Heck promoted to deputy chief in July, August of 2024, he took over that process as the administrative deputy chief. And then, so I've been involved, but actually managing the contract, I haven't been necessarily doing since about August of last year. And then now in my new role, I'm in the end ultimately responsible for it, regardless of who it's assigned to.
Thank you. With that, the city moves to admit CLC exhibit the corrected direct testimony of Michael Daniels.
I'm sorry, you faded out there. And what number was it?
CLC C2, the corrected direct testimony of Michael Daniels.
All right, any objections?
No.
Okay, C2 is admitted. The corrected version of C2 is admitted. Okay.
Thank you.
And do you pass the witness?
I do, indeed.
Okay. All right. Well, let's go with Elite, Mr. Bartel.
Chief Daniels, in your direct testimony, you state that interfacility transfer services are addressed in the professional services agreement with AMR, quote, even though they are on the periphery of the EMS system and are not dispatched by MVRDA, end quote. You would agree, however, that it is important for the functioning of the EMS system that patients be transported on a timely basis on an interfacility transport basis.
So while they are part of the periphery and not necessarily part of the 911 system, I would agree that their timely transport is important to the system. Yes, sir.
And in fact, if that does not happen, then emergency departments become overcrowded and potentially can't accept new emergency patients, correct?
Yes, sir. A backup in the interfacility system is a throughput problem that will eventually affect the 911 system or people reporting to emergency departments. You're correct.
Let me turn your attention to what we have identified as EMT Exhibit B15. Would you pull that up, please?
Did you say B15?
Yes.
It would be, Mr. Bartel, can you give us the Bates number?
This is B0669. I'm only going to ask him about that one page, and actually it proves to be 2 pages.
Okay. Can you see that, Chief Daniels? On your screen?
Yes, I can.
Where do you want, I just wanted to see the whole, what?
Oh, yes. Maybe you could enlarge it a little bit so people can read it more easily. Okay.
I can see it. I have it up on my screen as well.
Okay. Chief Daniels, did you prepare these notes of this particular stakeholder meeting?
Yes, I did.
And do you recall who all was in attendance at this meeting on June 6th of 2024?
Specifically, no, sir. But it was one of our earlier meetings. So, so my assumption, based on just my memory of attendance, it would have been LCFD personnel, AMR, Doña Ana County Health and Human Services personnel, potentially, Mesilla Valley Hospital, Peak Hospital, Mesilla Valley Hospice, and the hospitals, the 3 major hospitals. At that point, 3 Crosses was still attending, and then Native Air as well.
In terms of how these meetings were organized, do you have any recollection of any invitation being sent to Elite Medical Transport to attend this particular meeting in June of 2024 of the stakeholders?
I don't recall a specific email being sent to them. We targeted not necessarily transport entities, other transport entities through this, but we did primarily target all the specific facilities in Doña Ana County that were operating in Doña Ana County. I do, and Mr. Campion can correct me, but I know we met sometime in the summer, and he was aware of the meetings through conversation, but I can't. A specific invite, no, sir.
Do those go out? Do the invitations for these meetings go out typically by means of an email list?
Yes, they are. Early on, we created a standing email list, and as people have requested to be a part, or we've had an opportunity to engage, we invite people consistently. So if anybody has ever asked about it or said they wanted to be on the list, it was designed to be an open invite for anybody who wanted to attend to talk about the interfacility or facility impact of the impact to facilities from the interfacility system, if that makes sense.
And who actually maintains the email list of invitees?
We do. It's not necessarily it's through Outlook, through our calendar appointment. We just add attendees as they want to join or sign up.
To your knowledge, was an email address for Elite Medical Transport ever added to that email invite list?
To my knowledge, no, sir. But I'm logging. I can look at the scheduling assistant. I don't believe they are, though.
All right, let me turn your attention to item 3 of Exhibit B15. So this is LCFD update, and there are some items here. By the title of this paragraph, is it fair to assume that somebody from Las Cruces Fire Department is now speaking to the group?
That's correct. That would have been me, sir. At that point in time, that would have been me.
Okay. So, looking at item C, where it states that, quote, reminded facilities that 911 calls to stable patients may result in pended transports to maintain unit availability for critical call types. Did you give that reminder to the group because you were seeing instances when local hospitals were calling 911 to get interfacility transport service?
So yes, but not local hospitals per se. It's more geared toward the acute care facilities or the nursing homes or the mental health facilities who if historically, and I think this is just prevalent in most systems, if a transfer is going to take longer than they want, then 911 would be called. And they would, in essence, utilize the 911 system. And what we were reminding them was when our crews arrive on scene, if they determine that the patient isn't acute and the unit status is really low, our crew would remain on scene with them from a non-transport unit to ensure that they're still cared for and within care, but they aren't requiring immediate transport, so that if we are down on units as a whole, we're not bottoming out the system on a low acuity transfer.
So in that instance, then that call, as you've described it, would be deemed a pended call. Is that true?
That becomes almost an automatic in our dispatch system. If there's not a unit available to respond, then the call is pended in the system as a call awaiting a transport unit. The CAD does that automatically. It's not a requirement. If we are going to take the last unit out of service, most of our engine companies, if they have a non-critical patient and we're awaiting a transport unit because AMR is clearing the hospital or one of our other units is clearing a hospital or currently transporting, they will delay requesting one of the LCFD units to take it while they maintain care. And then if AMR comes available during that time, they're just automatically added to that call by merge.
Are you aware of instances when medical facilities, even if it's not an emergency department, have used air ambulance transport to move a patient from Las Cruces to El Paso for treatment?
Yes, that's a pretty standard system, especially depending on the acuity of the patient. If it's a high acuity patient that requires specialty care, the norm is to use the flight service for that in our community.
What about patients who are stable and not high acuity? Is that a normal practice?
To my knowledge,
To use air
to my
transport.
to my knowledge, no, but I'd like to qualify that by saying that's not the realm that our fire department works in. So I can't speak to that from a matter of fact. Generally, when they're transporting from Las Cruces to El Paso, it's because they require a higher level of care, not because it's a routine transfer, to my knowledge.
So would you agree that if facilities are calling 911 to get interfacility transport for stable patients rather than just placing a call to AMR and getting timely service, you would agree that that's a signal that the system overall is in some distress, wouldn't you?
I would say if the behavior prior to, if the behavior of that facility was that they used to call the AMR transport line or the transfer line, and now they've resorted to 911, but that doesn't always seem to be the case. Because when our crews arrive on scene regularly, they'll ask like, hey, did you call the transfer line? And they're not those facilities, because of their turnover, those staff members aren't even aware that there's a transfer line outside of 911. So we're constantly in a circle of continuing education and trying to educate facilities that there is a transfer number for these low acuity transfers to other facilities or to the hospital to receive medical clearance. So it ebbs and flows based on their turnover.
As an operating matter, however, it's true that the Las Cruces Fire Department does not take calls for interfacility transports if they're not a true 911 emergency. Is that correct?
So under this current services agreement, I would say that is correct. However, we occasionally do based on the call typing when they call 911. So historically, or the way the system would work is if it's recognized as a low acuity call that doesn't fall within our critical call types, then AMR would be the primary dispatched unit. However, in the city of Las Cruces, if it's deemed a chest pain call or a stroke or a number of other calls, a cardiac arrest, we would be dispatched as the primary to that facility, regardless of what the patient's true status is, because we're the primary for those within the city limits of Las Cruces.
Is it also correct that the city of Las Cruces Fire Department does not perform out-of-town interfacility transports for stable patients?
In general, we don't do any interfacility transfers unless they are routed through the 911 system as an emergency call type, regardless of whether it's in the city or in the county.
Let me turn your attention then to item 5 in this exhibit, a little further down on the page. So this is entitled System Discussion. By the subtitle, it appears that this is these are notes about a group discussion. Is that what you were recording here?
Yes, sir.
So item A here, when it's speaking about, quote, discussed how the use of other transport entities when the system is backed up has helped overall availability. The quote, other transport entities, would that be a company like Elite Medical Transport, for instance?
Yes, sir. In our area, the Elite, Sierra Vista Ambulance are generally the transfer companies or the IFT companies, or the companies that provide interfacility services that would take patients to assist the system.
So the sentence I speaks about such units cannot stage in area, but can be called upon to take some of the transfer load. Is it fair to understand that to mean that a company like Elite Medical Transport could be called in from Deming, for instance, or El Paso, wherever it has capacity, to come in and do one call, but they couldn't stage and remain for other calls?
So that was based on what was being discussed, and that was the explanation by Joaquin Graham of AMR at the time, is that they in essence can't establish a home base in Las Cruces, but as part of their mutual aid agreement, and what they have been telling the facilities in their staff meetings was that if AMR is not available and they have a patient that needs to go back to El Paso or back to Deming and Elite is here, or if Elite is coming here, they can schedule it that way to decrease the demand on the system and have, in essence, a return trip in the books for their return back to their home base. And also if AMR's timelines, mind you, at this time, it wasn't uncommon for the report to be a significant number over 6 to 8 hours. So we were all looking to be creative in protecting the IFT system. This was after the first quarter, which I would say the system has dramatically improved since then in the form of unit hour availability.
Have you personally attended an IFT stakeholders meeting since June of 2024?
Yes, I have.
Do you have any information about what is the current response wait time to a call for a interfacility transport of a stable, non-acute patient?
So a specific time, I can't say I do, because I don't have, I don't necessarily take notes. Now in my role, I'm there as an observer, I'm watching. But the last meeting I attended, which has been in the last couple months, no different than how Mr. Campion explained in his testimony, that there appears to be an excessive wait time for a prearranged transfer. We found the same data flaw, what I would say a data flaw in both Elite's and AMR's approach, is when they set up these prearranged transfers, they do it based on when the call was received, not when the transfer was scheduled. So there are a decent number of calls that are beyond 6 hours, but no different than I would say would be beneficial to Mr. Campion. I've advised AMR that they should be looking at from the time it was scheduled to the time they arrived, because it's an inaccurate number and it would decrease the amount of times that it appears people are waiting 6 hours because it was prearranged. But by and large, I would say the conversation appears to be that they are meeting the majority of their calls within a more reasonable amount of time today versus then. But that's very anecdotal because I don't have the hard data in front of me. That would probably be a better question for AMR, since that's their business.
In that regard, I think you were present during yesterday's hearing when Stormy Jackson testified. Is that correct?
Yes.
You're not discounting her testimony about what's being experienced at her facility, are you?
No.
And what about the testimony from David Schmidt, who was recently, until recently, the chief nursing officer at Memorial Medical Center? Were you present during his testimony?
Yes.
You're not discounting what he had to say about delays at his facility, are you?
No. Not necessarily. I don't have the specific data for those individual facilities on their true wait times. I haven't seen any any documents of those wait times. What I can speak to is the liaison who shows up from MMC every day, almost every meeting, has said that the system is getting better.
Okay.
But that would be a better witness to ask that question.
Turning your attention back to Exhibit B15, in the same subparagraph 5, AII, there's another statement about, quote, facilities with out-of-town transfers are encouraged to use services from the destination location. This helps maintain the local system, maintain availability, end quote. Is this another statement coming from AMR's representative?
This was part of our overall discussion based on what was being told to facilities in their monthly staff meeting, at AMR's monthly staff meeting. But in essence, this is what I had talked about just a few minutes ago, which was if they're already in town and they can take somebody back, say to Silver City, because that ambulance service is already here, then it protects the Doña Ana County system by using them. If AMR is not able to facilitate that, that would be no different than a patient going back to Deming or El Paso or pick a city. If we have a unit from there during a time where the overall local system is taxed, being able to leverage that system to take them back is beneficial to the local system. Does that make sense?
So the suggestion from AMR is that the user facility, the facility that needs to arrange for the transfer, should now be inquiring at the destination as to whether there's a unit by chance already in Las Cruces who can pick up their patient and take them back to wherever they need to go. Silver City or Albuquerque or some other destination. Is that right?
Objection.
State your grounds.
I believe Mr. Bartel is mischaracterizing Chief Daniels' testimony.
Okay. All right. Mr. Bartel, can you rephrase your question?
Well, I'm asking Chief Daniels to clarify his testimony. That's my point.
Oh,
Uh,
So, I'm Madam Hearing Examiner, I'm comfortable saying that, like, these are notes based on a discussion. I can't speak to the operations of AMR. What I would, I can't speak to that's their preferred practice. The way the system works today, or as designed, to my understanding, is that a facility calls AMR to set up a transfer. If they don't have a unit available, they provide options or thoughts so that facility transfer can be done in a timely manner. That is not something I'm comfortable with speaking to. I know you're quoting my notes, but these are, and you're saying these are quotes from me. These are merely just jotted notes for us to reflect back on a conversation. Does that make sense?
that does to me. Mr. Bartel, was that clarification satisfactory?
yes.
Okay.
I do want to move on.
Okay.
Chief Daniels, in your direct testimony, you stated that you don't believe that the service that Elite Medical Transport proposes to provide in Doña Ana County is responsive to a public need, because in your view, the public does not need 50 to 60% of interfacility transports to be conducted by Elite. But you would agree, would you not, that there is a need for improvement in the capacity for interfacility transport services to be performed in Doña Ana County, wouldn't you?
Yes, sir. Yes.
So your dispute with Elite is not about whether there is a need, it is the magnitude of the need. Is that fair?
That is very fair. Yes, sir.
So there was some discussion with Chief Hack about how many times the city is transporting. Do you have knowledge of the volume of non-acute 911 patients that the city is currently transporting?
Non-acute? No, sir. I don't have specific immediate knowledge of that right now. No, sir.
Did you attend the March 10, 2025 working session meeting between the Las Cruces City Council and the Doñana County Council?
Yes, sir. I did.
So were you present and did you hear Chief Heck state that the city was transporting roughly 800 patients a month?
I don't remember the specific words, but when you played it yesterday, I was there for that. I was there for the whole meeting. So
okay.
The specific comment at that point in time, no, sir. I was sitting in the audience. So
Did you think that what he was saying at the time was accurate?
So I don't specifically remember what he was saying at the time. When you brought it up yesterday in testimony, it seemed a little high to me, but the number of times that we were transporting, that seemed a little high, given our total transports for the year. That doesn't equal our total number of transports. So it seemed excessively high per month.
Were you present when the deputy county manager, Stephen Lopez, stated that the county fire department was transporting 225 times a month? Did you hear that?
I was present for the whole meeting, so I'm sure I heard it. I don't recall the specific words, but I was there. So I'm going to say yes, sir.
And you have experience with the overall operations of the Doñana County EMS system, correct?
I have base knowledge of it, but I don't work for Doñana County Fire, so I can't speak to their specific operations.
Based on your involvement, based on your personal involvement in the EMS system, would you agree that Doñana County Fire Department is transporting 911 patients on a routine basis?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Bartel, I'm going to give you a 10-minute time limit.
Thank you. Chief Daniels did the statement that from the deputy county manager that in March, according to their records, the county was transporting an average of 225 times a month in the last 4 months of 2024. Did that sound right to you based on what you have personally observed in the system?
I hadn't spoken specifically with them about the number of times they were transporting in the last 4 months of 2024. So it seemed high to me, but I'm not entirely sure. It just seems high given their call volume.
Would you agree that regardless of the exact number of transports each month that the fire departments are doing of non-acute patients, that is to say, patients which are not in the high acuity category, would you agree that the fact that the fire departments are both transporting routinely is another signal that the EMS system lacks capacity and is in distress? So
yes, I would say that it is the EMS system is a system that is, especially for 911 response, that we consistently see growth year over year. The organizations, both cities, counties, I'm sure AMR, we struggle with the capacity to scale with the demand for 911. We struggle with it as well. to scale appropriately to the demand. So I think what you're highlighting is a chronic problem in the EMS system around the nation, not just Doña Ana County.
And you would agree that if a provider like Elite Medical Transport could add capacity to the system in the interfacility transport area, that would free up AMR's resources for 911 response?
Yes, potentially at a capacity, potentially, yes.
So you've also criticized Elite Medical Transport for not currently having a stationing point in Doña Ana County. And you point to a regulation 18.3.1.10 in support of that statement. Could you bring that up for a moment?
Mr. Bartel, please point to where in the testimony this very specific citation is.
I am pointing to his testimony at page 24, line 14 to page 25, line 16. Let me see. So this would be Bates numbers C0141 to 142.
Thank you.
So Chief Daniels, we now have a copy of the specific regulation to which your testimony refers. And can you?
Is that an exhibit,
Mr.
Mr. Bartel? That regulation?
What's that?
That regulation that you've just put up, is that an exhibit in this case?
No, this is for the witness's convenience so that he can review the regulations been cited by him in his testimony. Chief Daniels, this has to do with stationing points, doesn't it?
Yes, sir. You're correct.
And subpart A says that approved stationing points have to be on the certificate, correct?
Correct.
And subpoint B states, quote, no stationing point may be adopted, abandoned, or moved prior to the issuance of a new certificate reflecting the requested change. You see that?
I do.
So you would agree that at this time, when Elite Medical Transport does not have authority to operate in Doña Ana County, it actually could not establish a stationing point in Doña Ana County at this time, wouldn't you?
So I wouldn't agree, just given I do not agree with that. What I see is that in its application, it provided a stationing point, and then 4 months later, abandoned that stationing point. So subsection B, they abandoned or moved their stationing point prior to a new certificate reflecting. So that's what I was referencing, is that they had a stationing point. They're identified on their application, and then they removed it 4 months later. That's what I was referencing.
Chief Daniels, to your knowledge, Elite Medical Transport has never had a certificate identifying authority for it to operate in Doña Ana County, correct?
Correct.
And therefore, you've never seen a certificate issued to Elite Medical Transport that would authorize it to have a stationing point in Doña Ana County, have you?
A specific certificate for Doña Ana County, no.
And you have never seen any actual physical stationing point created or established by Elite Medical Transport in Doña Ana County, have you?
No, sir. I was merely referring to their application, which identified a stationing point, not necessarily a certificate.
So identifying a stationing point is a lot different from actually establishing one. Would you agree?
If that is based on purely them having a certificate, then yes, sir, I could agree.
Now, you've also stated in your direct testimony that if Elite's application is granted, you anticipate a quote, massive transition would occur, unquote, because AMR has to operate in accordance with the professional services agreement, and yet Elite Medical Transport would not have that obligation. Are you aware of the testimony from?
Objection.
Okay, Ms. Stevens.
Mr. Bartel evidently is quoting with emphasis in his voice, but without telling the witness or anybody else in the room where he is in the testimony.
Okay, Mr. Bartel, can you identify
Sorry.
where you are in the testimony, please?
This is found at page 29, starting at line 12 to page 30, line 8. Base numbers C0146 to 147.
I'm tracking now, Mr. Bartel. I can see where you're at.
Is there any question but what I quoted your testimony correctly?
Can you restate that?
You stated that if Elite's application is granted, a quote, massive transition would occur, end quote, as a result of granting that application. Correct?
Yes, I did.
All right. And the reason you think that there's going to be this massive transition is because AMR operates under the professional services agreement, where that would not apply to Elite Medical Transport, correct?
Correct.
Your concern there is about the interruption of the 911 system as it's currently established, isn't it?
So my concern is the entire system, not just the 911 system. So if you refer to my statement, all other types of ambulance services, no oversight from the city and with no coordination with the system for responding to 911 calls, emergency or non-emergency, and interfacility transfer requests that the PSA delineates for the entirety of Doña Ana County. So it's for the entire system as a whole.
On a routine basis, the MVRDA dispatch does not handle calls for interfacility transports. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so you heard the testimony of Mr. Campion yesterday, where he clarified, I think more than one time, that it is Elite's intention to do interfacility transport work and only do 911 response work if they are requested to do so under a mutual aid arrangement. Didn't you?
That's correct. Yes.
And so if in fact the application was granted and Elite Medical Transport was authorized to commence operations in Doña Ana County, it would not have a direct effect on the functioning of 911 dispatch of calls, correct?
Incorrect. So the way the system works right now, with AMR being the primary contact for non-emergency transfers, if a facility calls and sets up a transfer with Elite and then isn't happy with the response time and calls 911, under the current system, AMR is able to filter those calls and prioritize and release a unit. It would eliminate all communication or communication without active work from both entities. So we could end up in multiple situations where Elite is called, the facility's not happy with the response time, they're calling 911, which now a 911 unit is also responding to that facility for that same patient to go to the facility that they're requesting. So It just depends. And that is my concern, is if we don't have a centralized way of managing transfer requests, we could end up with doubling up of units within the system if there's not a form of active communication or a way for the system to see what is going on and what's not going on.
Have you done any research, Chief Daniels, into how frequently it has happened that two providers responded to the same call for an interfacility transport?
Specific research, no, but anecdotally, I can say that it happens consistently here in a centralized system where a facility has set up a transfer with AMR, and they also call 911 right now while they're waiting for that transfer. Right now, there's a supervisor with AMR who can catch that and see that they have a transfer request, work it out with the facility, and release units back into the system as needed. That occurs today in the system.
You would agree that a protocol at MVRDA, the dispatching authority, requiring that an inquiry be made to a calling facility about whether they've already, made a call to Elite or AMR for an interfacility transport is a way to avoid an unnecessary 911 dispatch, correct?
In a perfect world, yes, sir.
Well, if somebody's calling 911 saying that they've got a stable patient needing transport, it wouldn't be very difficult for that dispatcher to ask a couple of follow-up questions, would it?
In a perfect world, no. But we also have a dispatch that receives far more calls, and they have time standards to get those calls released and units dispatched. So it could create a delay in the system. The goal isn't to remain on scene or remain on the phone and have a long drawn out conversation waiting to assign resources. It's to get resources assigned as early as possible.
Well,
Okay, Mr. Bartel, your time is up. Can you finish up in one more question?
I will withdraw that and pass the witness.
Okay. All right, it is now 11:50 and it is time for a 15-minute break. So when we come back, it'll be Ms. Miller cross-examining on behalf of AMR. And we're going to limit it to all the cross-exams to 20 minutes so that we can get this finished up. All right, thank you. We'll be back in 15 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Judge,
Yes.
Michelle Trujillo should be in the waiting room or shortly, and she's the reporter who's taking over after me. She would like to get in the room now and just wait till after and just wait. So she makes
Okay.
sure to hear everybody and all that.
Okay, great. I just admitted her, so she's good to go. We were wondering who that was.
You're on mute, Michelle.
All right, it is 11:04. We'll give everybody one more minute to come back.
Michelle is one of the reporters with our firm, Judge.
Okay, thank you. Hello, Michelle, Miss Trujillo. Thank you.
I'm ready when you are, Judge.
All right, it looks like it is 11:04. I'm gonna wait till 11:05 and then we'll be ready to go. Looks like everybody is coming back. All right, we got Mr. Roybal, Mr. Okay. All right, it is 11:05 and we are back from our break. And let's see, before we move to Ms. Miller, can I ask Mr. Bartel, did you intend to admit Exhibit B15?
Yes, and I so
Okay.
move.
Okay, does anyone have an objection to admitting B15?
Objection.
Was that a no objection?
That was a no objection.
Okay, all I heard was
No
objection.
objection.
So- Okay, all right, it is admitted. B15 is admitted. Okay. All right, Ms. Miller, your witness.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. Good morning, Chief Daniels. How are you doing today?
Good morning, ma'am. I'm doing fine. Thank you.
Good. I wanted to start by putting Exhibit B15 back up. I will share screen. These are the monthly stakeholder meeting minutes from June of 2024. Okay, are you able to see this on your screen?
I am, and I have it pulled up on mine as well.
Okay, great. I wanted to ask you about number 2, letter C, from your meeting minutes. And letter C, it states SNF, which is skilled nursing facility, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Skilled nursing facility transfers are heavy load over weekends when their drivers are generally not on duty. Can you tell me whose drivers you were referring to there?
But the skilled nursing facilities driver. So most of the skilled nursing facilities, or a number of them, have their own vehicles and drivers, and they will drive people to appointments or to the hospital. And in the absence, when those drivers are out, a lot of times they will utilize the facility transfer process.
Okay, so if the skilled nursing drivers were on duty, those transports would be handled by the skilled nursing facility and not by an ambulance, correct?
Presumably, yes.
Okay. And I wanted to go down to number 4, facility updates and questions you were asked about earlier. And then subsection A2, you state facilities have been using options other than ambulance services for more discharges. Is this an example of facilities using an ambulance because there's no other non-ambulance options available?
So yes, a lot of the and I just want to remind everyone that I don't work in that realm. So a lot of this is based on my notes from the conversation from the facilities and from AMR on what's been occurring. But the notion has been that the facilities will use a wheelchair van versus versus calling in a transfer for one of those patients. And they've been looking at those options versus calling in an interfacility.
Okay, so is it your understanding based on the conversations in these meetings that more non-ambulance transport is needed in Doña Ana County?
So I would say it definitely appears to be a need in that alternative ways outside of an ambulance would be beneficial for the system, especially in some of these discharge to home type events.
Okay, thank you. Stop sharing. I wanted to ask you a question about the professional services agreement and your understanding of it. Isn't it true that according to the agreement, AMR's county assigned units up in the north and the south zones do not do IFTs? Is that correct?
So in practice, they do not. They have picked up IFTs occasionally based on our unit status reports, but in practice, per the contract, they're not supposed to do IFTs.
Okay. So would you agree that if Elite's application is granted and it handles some of the amount of IFTs that is requesting to handle, isn't it also true that that would have no impact on the 911 system in those county zones?
Can you restate your question, ma'am? I'm sorry, it cut out a little on my end.
Would you agree that if Elite handles more IFTs as it proposes to do in its application, isn't it also true that that would have no impact on the 911 system in the county? Because AMR is not handling IFTs generally in the county zones, correct?
So in the 4 posting locations in the county, it shouldn't affect the unit availability there because they are not. If I'm tracking correctly on what your question is it will affect the 911 system in the city though.
Okay, but not in the county zones?
No, not in the county zones per se. And the majority of the facilities are within the city limits or in the central zone.
Okay. And you listened to Mr. Heck's testimony earlier?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. Would you agree with Mr. Heck that there has been a decrease in the number of non-high acuity transfers the city is performing in 2025?
So I just want to get clarity on a word because I think words matter. So low acuity transports from 911 calls, there have been a decrease. We don't do transfers. Does that make sense? So we don't necessarily do transfers.
I'm sorry.
We do transports from 911 calls. I just want clarity on the word because the number of transfers by our lingo is a lot. It doesn't really occur for us. We do transports, and the number of lower acuity call type transports, or what I would say are non-contracted responses, has decreased significantly. A specific number, I can't tell you specific numbers without pulling additional reports or without logging into the utility, but yes, there has been a decrease.
Okay. And let me ask you the question again so that I get the lingo correct. Would you agree with Mr. Heck that there has been a decrease in the number of non-high acuity transports the city is performing?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have any reason to disagree with the numbers that Mr. Heck stated earlier, as far as the number of non-high acuity transfers the city has performed in 2025 between January and the end of March.
The 130 some odd a month
Correct.
So
I believe it was 137.
I don't have any reason at face value to disagree, but I wasn't looking in the reports with him, so I can't tell you for sure.
Okay. Have you heard in your attendance at the meetings or elsewhere, have you heard any of the Las Cruces hospitals state that there have been improvements in interfacility transfer response times in 2025?
Yes.
Okay. And which hospitals have stated there has been improvements in interfacility transport response times?
Mountain View and Memorial Medical Center have reported that the system is getting better.
In your direct testimony, you state a number of concerns about granting Elite's application as stated. Do you still have those same concerns today?
So the majority of my concerns were based on the integration within the ability to integrate within the system, their ability to communicate. Those still stand today. I think I admitted, in testimony earlier, I stated that I do believe the system could benefit from additional capacity. It's really about what that capacity looks like, because I can see negative impacts to just an arbitrary entrance into the system. And some of those have to do with what I provided during testimony, which was the lack of coordination that I think would need to be resolved either by mutual agreement or by some measure of communication that I don't know exists. And I know it doesn't exist in our system today.
If Elite was granted an application for a special passenger service non-emergency transfer in Doña Ana County, would you have the same concerns about lack of communication that you just
Objection, calls for speculation.
Madam Hearing Examiner, he's the fire chief for Las Cruces, and he's an expert in this area. I think he's entitled to give an opinion.
Madam Hearing Examiner, you're asking Chief Daniels to speculate about what a non-existent application for a non-ambulance service would mean to the system. And we're here about ambulance services. So it's not only calling for speculation, it's also irrelevant.
Well, I'm asking him to opine on what's going to be helpful in his city and in Doña Ana County.
Tell me again, could you restate the question, Ms. Miller?
I can. If Elite was granted an application for special passenger service for non-emergency medical transport, would you still have the same concerns about communication that you had stated earlier in your testimony?
Okay, I'm going to sustain that objection because it is getting a little bit out there in terms of speculation. So, okay, next question.
I just want to finish by saying, I think you had testified earlier that you believe there is a need for more non-medical transport services in Las Cruces and Doña Ana County, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Those are all the questions I have. I'll pass the witness.
Okay, thank you. So the next, okay, Mr. Herman, I'm just confirming that you have no questions at this point. I think.
No questions.
Was that no questions?
Yes, no questions.
Okay, then we go to DOT, Mr. Roybal.
Thank you. I just want to clarify, Chief Daniels. Your testimony is that there is a need for non-medical transport or non-emergency transport.
So my testimony is both. I stated that I believe the interfacility system could use support, just given what's been presented, and also I think an increase in alternative transport methods outside of interfacility would also be beneficial to the system, because if it would decrease the number of interfacility requests for really patients who probably didn't need that. They needed a ride either to or from an appointment, or they needed a ride home from the hospital, and the interfacility transfer, the ambulance service is in essence, it's the utility version of what's available. So they will leverage that because of a lack of other services. So a little bit of both.
Okay. So Ms. Miller was asking you kind of your opinion about various things. Could you clarify if you were giving your opinion as the chief for Las Cruces, City of Las Cruces, or were you giving your opinion regarding these issues as a board member of MRVA?
So as a board member of MRVA, my this process has no tie to my opinion as a board member of MRVA. It has to my opinion as the fire chief, and seeing where during our interfacility meetings, where the backlogs are, and some of the issues that the hospitals are having and their feedback. I don't work in the transfer system. So what I rely on is the opinions of the people who do work there, the hospitals, the facilities, their opinions, and also what AMR is presenting in those meetings.
But you did testify about the system, the 911 response system, and the problems that it's experienced. So again, is that in your capacity as a board member of MRVA, or is it in your capacity as the chief for the City of Las Cruces?
So it would be as in my capacity as the chief of Las Cruces Fire Department.
Yesterday I had asked questions of Elite's witness regarding mutual aid agreement.
Yes.
Do you recall that?
Yes, sir, I do.
Does the City of Las Cruces have any mutual aid agreements with any other entities?
We have a mutual aid agreement with Doña Ana County. We don't have mutual aid agreements specifically with any of the transport entities, because our professional services agreement places the burden of mutual aid agreements on MRVA with those other agencies. I'm sorry, I said MRVA, on AMR. The burden is on AMR to have those mutual aid agreements in place.
So if the City of Las Cruces is required to have a mutual aid agreement with other entities in the area, is your testimony now that it is pushing that responsibility onto AMR?
So we don't have
those.
If I may clarify, because Elite isn't a transport provider in Doña Ana County, I don't believe we have an obligation to have a mutual aid agreement with Elite. We have an agreement with every provider in Doña Ana County.
Okay. And so what about providers outside of Doña Ana County?
We have, with respect to transport, like ambulance transport, or just in general?
Just in general.
So we have a mutual aid agreement with state police for search and rescue.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna cut you off. I meant for ambulance, if that mutual aid agreement for ambulance.
So we do not have mutual aid agreements with entities outside of Doña Ana County right now. We have systems in place for through emergency management and through the interstate mutual aid compacts to request mutual aid through our Office of Emergency Management, which in essence serve as state mandated agreements.
And so it's a mutual aid plan, not necessarily agreement.
It's a federally recognized mutual aid plan. Yes.
Okay. I have no further question.
Okay, Chief Daniels, I have a couple of questions. I'm going to ask, can you put up his testimony, the exhibit C2 Bates number 01 B-0146. Okay.
Did you say that Bates number?
Oh, did I not say the Bates number?
Oh, you said, yeah.
Oh, B-0146. Okay, starting at line 6. Your testimony. Historically, Ana County and more recently the city have protected their residents against such situations by selecting a single ambulance provider for all 911 and interfacility transfer services. And then particularly I have a question about this last sentence, which says, if competition for interfacility transfer services in Ana County is authorized by NMDOT, there must be some form of controlled competition. Could you tell me what could that form of controlled competition would look like?
So specifically to that point, what I was referring to was and what I spoke to in testimony earlier was the communication piece, so that we don't have a breakdown of coordination in where requests are being made. Are they duplicative? Do we have a mechanism for filtering out to make sure we're not duplicating efforts? And in essence, having a decrease in resource capacity because of a provider calling multiple people to see and securing a transfer and then calling 911, and now we have 3 potential units tied. So for me, it's looking at that as a potential pitfall. And trying to identify how we would reconcile that within the system.
Okay. That makes perfect sense to me. Okay, so it sounds like even an entity that is not answering 911 calls, are you saying that they would still need to operate through a central dispatch? Or at least, if not a central dispatch, at least with radios so that communication can be made between these units. Would that help the situation?
I don't want to say that it has to be to that extent. Naturally, from an interoperability, if we request an entity who's authorized to transport in this area for mutual aid, we would want them to have the capacity to communicate on our mutual aid channels. But
okay,
for me, it's whatever system is in place to ensure that we're not duplicating responses or any sort of central mechanism to let us, or not necessarily all of us, but let the system know, especially between the IFT providers, who's on first, in essence. Who's doing it, who has it, who's taking priority, so that we don't have multiple requests for this service tying up multiple units. I don't have a great answer for that also, ma'am. I won't put an opinion. I do. I just don't know what that looks like.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Okay. So assuming that you can work out that piece, which there must be a solution, I'm thinking either through a triage question tree when the calls come in, just to ask, have you called any other provider or something like that? Assuming that a system can be worked out on that, would you be amenable to entering into a mutual aid agreement with another ambulance provider within the city and the county, any ambulance provider within there? Would you be amenable to that? Would that be helpful?
If so, it's hard for me to answer that, understanding that we have a professional services agreement. So in the absence of a professional services agreement with a provider that's agreed to be here, who is held to standards, in the absence of any of that, well, yes, I think if there's capacity, we should be looking at ways to do that. I think the professional services agreement today has a mechanism for those mutual aid agreements to occur, and where that can be built out. There's language within there that encourages the provider to have these mutual aid agreements and to leverage those agreements to protect the system. If that makes sense.
I think I'm getting there. So, but are you saying that the PSA, as it's currently written, requires AMR to enter into these agreements with other providers, not the city or the county? Well, you just speak for the city.
So the city is the contract administrator, and it requires AMR to furnish mutual aid agreements with surrounding entities to help with the system. Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay, I have no further questions. Let me see. So now we go to redirect for Ms. Stevens.
Is somebody raising their
I'm
hand?
sorry, Madam Hearing Officer, I was actually wondering if I could cross based off your question that you just asked.
Sure.
And so if you could leave up the Zoom.
Could you put that back up, Tim?
I guess I'm trying to understand, Chief Daniels, I guess I'm trying to understand the controlled competition. It seems to me that if you were to control the competition, that not allowing somebody to enter into to those services would be unfair. Would you agree with that?
So I believe if the system requires it, and then or the system, the demand is there, then I believe there should be a form of our ability to relieve that demand to protect the system. So.
And Madam Hearing Officer, I'm going to share something here.
Sure.
If somebody else is sharing.
Can you stop? Yeah, he stopped.
So I'm going to represent to you that this is New Mexico statute 65-1-3. Could you read that?
I'm sorry, can we make it a little bigger?
I'm not sure if I can. Let me see. Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. Well, let me see.
If we can just zoom a little, bottom right corner of your screen.
I'm just trying to. I'm experiencing what Ms. Stevens did yesterday. Hold on. I am unable to share now.
You had it there, but you can't.
Yeah,
see.
No. Let me stop
don't.
sharing and I'll try again real quick. Hold on.
No, you had the same problem as I did.
Yeah.
But you weren't seeing it yourself.
I'll get really close if you pull it back up and it hasn't expanded.
Let me see here. Sorry about this. Where did it go? I can't see what other people are seeing anymore.
Well,
We
that's
see a blue flower type thing.
Yeah,
That's interesting.
right. And that's just my desktop. Well, I'm going to represent to you. I'm going to read it to you. This is the public policy. It's New Mexico Statute 65-1-3. And this is the public policy of New Mexico to provide for fair, impartial enforcement of the motor transportation regulation and taxation laws of the state, and to promote safe, adequate, economic, and efficient motor carrier services for the public benefit without discrimination, preference, advantage, or unfair competitive practices between carriers. So, if that is what the law is, how do you comply with this controlled competition and denying other service providers from entering into the market based on this statute?
And I'm going to object to this question to the extent it calls for a legal conclusion. I don't mind asking Chief Daniels to explain practically what he's going to do, but I don't think he's familiar with the statute, and he certainly is not an attorney.
Oh, I hope he's familiar with the statute. Ms. Miller presented him as a expert in this service.
I'm
And
sorry?
so I think he can. Ms. Miller tried to proffer opinion testimony based on him being an expert in this area. And so I think he can give his opinion about how this statute affects based on how his proposal for controlled competition is affected by this particular statute.
I'm
If I
not
can
sure
just
what Ms.
interject
Miller
in-
fits in because
Yeah, he
eyewitness.
didn't say he was a lawyer.
One person at a time. Okay.
If I can voir dire the witness, then
Sure.
That might be good, and it might be good if
She-
you're able to put it up
I
on.
mean, she already said I could. Chief Daniels, are you familiar with the laws and regulations that govern ambulance services?
To the best of my ability, yes, sir. I try
Okay.
to read them, and I'm clear on what you presented or what you read to me.
Okay, and so can you answer that question then?
So from a legal perspective, I believe and this is just me giving you my opinion. We're here to tell you our concerns. My understanding is DOT is the one who decides this in the end. We're here to talk about our concerns with a system that is opened up arbitrarily. Do I have the authority to deny people? Sorry.
No, but
Okay.
you also opined in your direct testimony that if DOT does allow it.
Yes, if DOT allows it, I think I testified to my opinion was that how we integrate is what I am mostly concerned about, not necessarily how we integrate. That's my concern. How does that look in the system? Does that make sense? I hope I'm answering that.
I appreciate that. And I appreciate it, but it seems like that's not an application issue. That's a practical issue. And so again, we're here on an application for ambulance services.
Objection, Mr. Riggle is now testifying.
I'm responding. I asked him a question. He gave me his answer, and I'm responding to that. So I'll withdraw. I'll withdraw that. That's fine.
Okay.
Nothing further.
All right. Nothing further. Okay. Does anyone else have any recross questions before we go to redirect? Or do you want to hold those questions until after redirect? Okay. Ms. Stevens.
The city has no redirect.
Okay. All right. Well, so does anybody else have any questions for Chief Daniels?
No.
Ms. Miller?
Madam Hearing Examiner, I do have one more question.
Sure, go ahead.
And it relates to the professional services agreement at section 11, which is the termination clause. And I can pull it up for you. I believe the agreement was B9. And I'll scroll to it so that before I put it up on the screen. Oh, here we go. Okay. Let me fix this. Okay. Can you see this?
It just says Zoom. Yeah, we're not seeing a document. We're just seeing a screen that says Zoom.
Oh, that's interesting. It switched screens. Okay, let's see if I can pull it down here. How about this?
There we go. Okay, make that a little
See that?
larger. Yep, make it a little larger. There we go.
Okay. Here we go.
And excuse me, what exhibit is this again? This is the PSA agreement
Exhibit B9.
B9. Okay.
And I just had one quick question for you. You can see section 11 of this agreement.
Yes.
Okay. And in the third paragraph, it states contractor may terminate this agreement without cause and no earlier than July 1st, 2025, if the city denies a request by contractor for a subsidy adjustment due to changed circumstances, e.g. unforeseen increase in costs, new regulatory requirements, or new clinical standards. Would you agree that bringing in a new ambulance service specifically Elite's entry into Doña County would create a changed circumstance as contemplated in this provision?
Well, I think your organization has already provided us with the memo on the mirror stating that they want to renegotiate their subsidy based on the potential new entrants. So I think we're seeing that play in reality. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. Those are all the questions I have.
All right. Does anyone else have any questions of Chief Daniels? All right. Chief Daniels, you are dismissed as a witness. It's possible you may be called for rebuttal. Probably not likely, but the potential is out there. So thank you for attending with us today and giving us your testimony. We appreciate it.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it.
Mm-hmm. All right. So now we are looking at 11:42. Seems like it'd be a really good time to take a lunch break. When we come back, we'll take an hour for lunch. When we come back, we'll have a new court reporter. Mr. Lee is leaving us, but Ms. Trujillo has been attending for the last section, and so she's familiar with names and generally familiarized herself. So she'll be with us in the afternoon. We are going to come back at 12:45, and we need to fit in. If I'm correct, we need to fit in 4 witnesses this afternoon. So I'm really going to hold everyone really tight to time limits. All right. All right. Thank you. Go have a great lunch, and we'll see you back at 12:45.
Madam Examiner, Keith Herman,
yes.
I'm going to have to request my absence this afternoon. I have some other outstanding appointments.
Okay. No problem. Thank you for letting me know.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. All right. See you back at 12:45.
This is Anastasia Stevens. Hey, Keith, it looked like a familiar number, but I don't know why it didn't say.
Okay. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Just making sure I got everything in place to take over
Okay.
here.
Okay, we sure appreciate it.
Oh, yeah, whatever we need to do. Can you tell me where we'll be starting?
We will be starting, I believe we are going to start with the testimony of Scott Casper. He is being called by AMR.
Okay. And Ms. Hearing Examiner, are you swearing in the witnesses?
Yes, I've been doing that.
All right. And so AMR, there's Mr. Casper. I see him there.
Mm-hmm.
And AMR is which person's going to be doing the questioning?
Well, Susan Miller, it's Mr. Casper is Susan Miller's witness. She
Got
will
it.
ask him some preliminary questions and then she'll immediately transfer it over to cross-exam.
Got it.
Mhm.
Do we need to check that other people are back on the Zoom? Well, we need Miss Miller, of course.
Right, right. It doesn't look like she's back yet.
Okay.
So Michelle, this is Randy Bartel. I
Yes,
represent
hello.
Elite. So the legend at the bottom of my box is STF CR, which just stands for Spencer Fain, and we can't figure out how to change the legend. So
Oh,
STF means
yeah,
Randy Bartel for this
I
purpose.
see you there, Randy. Okay.
Yeah. Do you need the attorneys to do a little mini entry of appearance for your purposes?
I don't think so. I just
Okay,
wanted to get off to a clear start and then
sure.
everything will explain itself.
Okay, all right. Well, just at any point, just stop us if we need to stop and you need clarification on something.
Thank you so much for that.
Uh-huh. All right, let's see what time it is. It is 12:45. Are you ready, Miss Court Reporter?
Yes.
Mr. Hero? Okay, we are back in session. And I believe we are, let's see, the city, Miss Stevens, you presented all your witnesses and testimony and evidence, correct?
Yes, I have. Thank you.
Okay, all right, then we are ready to move on to AMR. And Miss Miller, I believe your first witness is going to be Mr. Scott Casper.
That is correct. Yes.
Okay, all right, Mr. Casper, can I get you to raise your right hand? Do you swear or, oh.
There it is.
There we go. All right. Do you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Could you please identify yourself by spelling your name for the court reporter? Tell us where you are testifying from and identify who, if anyone, is in the room with you.
Sure. My name is Scott Casper. It's SCOTTKASPER. I'm testifying from Miss Miller's law office. I'm in a private office. There's nobody else in the room with me.
Okay, great. Before we begin, based on the number of witnesses we need to get through this afternoon, I'm limiting everyone to 15 minutes. And if we get closer to 5 o'clock and we're backed up, then I'll probably limit it to 10 minutes. So if everyone, and I'm going to really, I'm going to keep close count on this. So 15 minutes for everyone. Miss Miller, he's your witness.
Thank you very much. Mr. Casper, do you have in front of you what has been marked as Exhibit E1?
I do.
Okay. Was this document created by you or under your direction?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Do you have any changes or edits to your direct testimony?
I do. I have just one minor edit.
Okay. And can you tell us what that edit is?
Sure, it's in that document exhibit E1 on page 11. The sentence that starts on line 205, while it may result in the perception that we delayed response to the first patient, it was done only in collaboration, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay.
I just wanted to clarify what I intended to write. The first patient should be amended to the less acute patient.
Okay. Thank you for that. If you were asked the same questions today that are in your direct testimony, would you have the same answers?
I would.
Okay. At this time, I'd like to offer for admission Exhibit E1.
E1, does anyone have any objection?
No.
All right, hearing none, E1 is admitted. All right, so you're passing the witness. Okay.
Yes, sorry.
So the first person will be Mr. Bartel.
Chief Casper. Nice
Mr.
to see you.
Bartel.
So I understand you started with AMR in October of 2024, correct?
That's correct.
So have you, in the time since you joined AMR, become familiar with the professional services agreement between the city of Las Cruces and Doña Ana County pertaining to ambulance services in Doña Ana County?
Yes, sir.
Pursuant to the, I'll call it the PSA for ease of pronunciation. Pursuant to the PSA, AMR is currently entitled to an annual subsidy of $3 million, correct?
Correct.
And part of the PSA also involves potential grounds for termination, correct?
Correct.
Would you pull up paragraph 11? So I'm going to show you a particular piece of the PSA. This is found in paragraph 11. The Bates number is B0537. You have read this portion of the PSA before?
I have.
So the third paragraph in that termination paragraph talks about a deadline of July 1, 2025 for terminating the agreement if the city denies a request by AMR for a subsidy adjustment. Do you see that?
I do.
And the grounds for a subsidy adjustment would be changed circumstances, quote unquote, which are defined in the parenthetical there. It is AMR's position that a qualifying change circumstance justifying an increase in subsidy would include the granting of elite medical transport's application in this proceeding, correct?
Correct.
So has a determination been made by AMR as to the amount of subsidy adjustment should Elite's application be granted?
AMR has determined a potential subsidy amount. That would obviously be subject to any negotiation that we may have in dialogue with the contract administrator in the city.
In earlier questioning, Chief Daniels confirmed that the city has been notified of AMR's intent to seek an adjustment to its subsidy, its current subsidy, if Elite Medical Transport's application is approved. Did you authorize that notification to be sent to the city?
I did not.
Is it currently AMR's intention to give notice to the city, which of course includes the county by definition? Is it AMR's intention to give notice to the city and the county that the existing PSA will be terminated unless the city and the county agree to increase the subsidy following approval, if that happens, of Elite's application in this proceeding?
Objection.
State your grounds.
Mr. Bartel hasn't established that this witness would have any knowledge about that.
Okay, Mr. Bartel, could you query the witness?
Chief Casper, attached to your direct testimony as Exhibit 1 is a resume or a CV, correct?
Yes.
And as I understand it, you are the administrator who has responsibility for the region of operations in New Mexico, which would include Doñana County, correct?
That's correct.
And so in that position, as I understand your resume, you have responsibility for leading local teams to meet the New Mexico market's financial objectives and support the strategic direction of the region and the organization, correct?
Yes, sir.
Meeting financial objectives in this context would include the subsidy that AMR is entitled to pursuant to the PSA, correct?
Correct.
So again, has AMR determined the amount of the increased subsidy that it will seek if this application is approved from the city and the county?
As I already answered, we have determined a proposed revised subsidy amount that we would offer to the city, which would then be subject to normal and routine negotiations on reestablishing the parameters of the contract.
And what is that amount?
I don't have that letter in front of me, Mr. Bartel. I'd have to request that to be put in front of me.
Ms. Miller, do you have that letter in your possession and can you present it to the witness?
I do not have that letter.
Chief Casper, did you sign the letter?
No, sir, I did not.
Who signed it?
If I recall, I believe the letter was signed by our Western Region Vice President of Operations, Joaquin Graham.
If the, well, is there a deadline by which the city and the county have to respond to that letter?
I believe that the only deadline in that letter is, as you have in front of me right now, the deadline related to the written notice of 120 days. I don't recall if we specified in that letter whether we had an expectation of a response by a certain deadline. I can't recall that. I'd have to look at the letter.
So your understanding is that AMR sent a letter signed by Mr. Graham demanding an increase in subsidy to be put in place on or before July 1, 2025, and failing that, this PSA is going to be terminated. Is that accurate?
No, it's not. My
Yes, sir.
understanding is that we sent a letter um, outlining a series of proposed changes that we would like to make to the contract, including an increased subsidy, and that if that is not accepted, then we have provided our 120 days written notice.
The approximate amount, is it more than $500,000 in addition to the existing $3 million subsidy?
It is, yeah. It's substantially higher than the existing subsidy.
Is it more than $1 million higher than the existing subsidy?
As I said, I can't recall. I honestly, I can't recall the exact number. It was, I believe, somewhere in the total of $4 to $5 million range, but I can't recall the exact number, Mr. Bartel.
$4 to $5 million in addition to the existing three?
In total.
Okay, all right. So as things now stand, however, the city has assessed, quote unquote, some liquidated damages against AMR. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
Could you bring up Exhibit B8, please? Chief Gasper, have you seen this slide from a video of the March 10, 2025 joint working session between the city of Las Cruces and city of Las Cruces Council and the Commission for Doña Ana County?
I have.
So you're aware that based on the city's calculations, through the end of 2024, they believe that AMR is responsible for liquidated damages in a total amount of $2.29 million, correct?
Well, as we've heard from both Deputy Chief Heck and Chief Daniels, the amount of those liquidated damages has not been finalized yet. We're still going through the process. This slide was created on March 10th of 2025, which was before we had truly entered into any type of agreement on the contested charges. So no, I would not agree that this is an accurate representation of the liquidated damages that will ultimately be assessed.
Understanding that you may still be disputing some of the alleged liquidated damages, do you have any reason to disagree with the fact that as of March 10, 2025, the city had claimed these liquidated damages in the total amount of $2.29 million?
Well, I guess I could agree that these were the numbers that were on the slide.
And that slide was presented on behalf of the city of Las Cruces, correct?
That slide was presented by the agents of the city of Las Cruces, yes.
Were you in attendance at the joint working session on March 10, 2025?
I was not.
You would agree that if liquidated damages accrued at the same rate proportionally for 4 full quarters, that the amount of the quarterly liquidated damages would be $763,333, wouldn't you?
Well, I guess, so I'm not certain how you're arriving based on your math, Mr. Bartel. What I can say, in terms of, from one quarter to the next, and I believe we heard both Chief Daniels and Chief Heck, make comments to this effect. Our performance under the standards of the contract has significantly improved from quarter to quarter. Clearly, and we readily admit that quarter one was a challenge for us. We've gone through significant efforts to improve our unit hour availability, to improve our staffing, to improve our response times and our compliance. And I fully expect quarter four, which is not on this slide, to be substantially lower than the numbers that are represented here, based on the improvements that we've made and continue to make through the end of that 4-quarter period and into the current.
But Chief Casper, if we just added up the quarterly amounts that are shown on the slide, $2.29 million, and we divide by 3, the average quarterly amount that's being claimed, assessed by the city, would be $763,333, correct? And if we multiplied that number by 4, the total assessed or alleged liquidated damages by the city would exceed the $3 million subsidy to which AMR is currently entitled. Isn't that right?
Well, it's right insofar as your desire is to simply do a math exercise and create some averages and simple arithmetic. But what I'm saying is that it's not a linear or even a normal distribution, if you will, of liquidated damages. Our performance has continued to improve to the point that I would assert that our quarter 4 liquidated damages will not be in line with a straight line average of these costs, that it would be in fact significantly lower than that. So I would agree with you that if you add those numbers up and create an average, that the number you stated would be that average, but I would not agree that that would be close to the amount of liquidated damages that we will end up being assessed at the end of the 4th quarter.
From your previous testimony today, Chief Casper, it seems like you acknowledge that the only way that AMR in Doñana County can avoid further liquidated damages is if it has more capacity to respond on a timely basis to the 911 calls, correct?
I'm sorry, at the beginning of that question, you say by my previous testimony today? I don't think I said that.
I think you previously testified, correct me if I heard you wrong, but you previously testified that you don't think that liquidated damages for quarter 4, Q4, for purposes of the city's calculations, will be as high as they were in the past, because AMR has made great strides in trying to increase its capacity to meet 911 response targets, correct?
Correct, yes.
All right. So one way that AMR could achieve a higher level of compliance with the PSA's 911 response times is if it was obligated to do fewer interfacility transports, freeing up its units to do more 911 responses. Isn't that right?
I mean, that's a hypothetical situation that I guess I have a few thoughts about. One is that, again, that's hypothetical. As Chief Daniels attested, our units that are assigned to the county areas would not benefit from additional interfacility transfer resources because they don't do IFTs. So our compliance in the county, which is already significantly high, particularly compared to the numbers that are related to this slide. And second of all, as I've testified to already, our performance under the contract has improved dramatically. We've heard both Chief Daniels and Chief Heck testify. I think they used the word significantly improved. And we continue to have incremental improvement month over month. So I think there are certainly situations in which we would benefit from assistance by Elite. But I believe that that assistance can be offered in the exact same way that it is being right now through mutual aid agreement and request when needed. I do not agree that I would believe that we need additional certificated ambulances with operating authority in Doña Ana County.
But as to punitive, not punitive, liquidated damages and avoiding liquidated damages, the dedicated units in north and south zones under the PSA don't count. Isn't that right?
There are penalties assessed for those. Correct. They don't count toward liquidated damages. There would potentially be other penalties assessed based on level of effort staffing for those units. And we've been, as I said, we've made significant effort in our staffing plans and our recruitment and our retention to address those areas. Those same efforts have applied to our units in the central zone of the city, and we've continued to improve the delivery of our service. We will continue, as I just mentioned, to make incremental improvements there as well. And so I think the opportunity for us to include Elite in the system would be, as I mentioned, through mutual aid as they currently provide, through the routine non-ambulance medical transportation that has been discussed on this call already, which I know that they provide in El Paso, and we would love for them to be able to provide that in Las Cruces to help decompress some of the non-ambulance necessary transports that happen and are requested. So I think there's absolutely a role for Elite. I just don't think that the role for Elite needs to be as a certificated full service ambulance without any obligations to coordinate itself within the system. Yeah.
Chief Casper, there's been no testimony or statements in the application by Elite that it would not seek to incorporate itself into the EMS system, are there?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
Well, your explanation for why you think that the application shouldn't be granted is because, in part, Elite wouldn't have to incorporate itself into the local EMS system. But it's true, is it not, that Elite's never said that? Elite has never said in its application or by testimony that it would not seek to incorporate itself into the local EMS system.
Well, I mean, that's not first of all, that's not the only reason why I don't think the application should be granted. But I think Elite did testify, Mr. Campion testified yesterday, that his goal is to do interfacility transfers only, that he's not interested in 911. Second, we heard from Chief Daniels earlier, and what I meant in my earlier comments is integrated into the system is not just 911. It's a whole system that includes both 911 and interfacility transfer. And the system that we have designed in conjunction with the city of Las Cruces, the county of Doña Ana, is a fully integrated system that if another service were injected in the area, but not part and parcel to that integrated system, would potentially be very disruptive. We heard Chief Daniels, I think, explain very well the situation of ambulance services being able to cherry pick the calls that they want to do, response time issues that they would not be able to be held accountable for. There's all kinds of challenges. We see that play out in the other large cities in New Mexico, in Albuquerque and Santa Fe every single day, with multiple ambulance services. The systems that work well are the integrated systems where services have contracts with those facilities. They're held to account by those facilities. And where it doesn't work well is when other ambulance services come in and try and circumvent those systems. And it creates all kinds of challenges that are very difficult to overcome and costly to the services that have planned to provide those services. So, for those reasons and others, I feel like the application as written should not be granted. I will say that I and Mr. Campion testified to this yesterday, had the opportunity to meet with him along with Joaquin Graham in Las Cruces earlier this year to talk about whether or not there was an opportunity for a negotiated settlement in this, in which we could define exactly how that would look. And we were amenable to that because we had the opportunity to define how that would look. We had the opportunity to put lanes in place for all the players that we could integrate into the system in a way that was very controlled, and that those conversations, Mr. Campion and I continued until ultimately it became, for whatever reason unknown to me, untenable for Mr. Campion to continue those negotiations. But I think there was absolutely an opportunity for us to do that within very specified negotiated parameters. I don't think those parameters could be put in place if the applicant were given a full operating authority with no restrictions or guide lanes in which they had to operate.
Mr. Chief Casper, yes or no? You're aware that the city of Las Cruces Fire Department is routinely transporting non-high acuity patients every month?
So two things, Mr. Bartel. First of all, I appreciate you calling me Chief Casper. That's not my title anymore. It was when we knew each other in a previous role, but you can just call me Mr. Casper. I don't have a chief title anymore. But second, I'm aware that the city of Las Cruces, at the beginning of our contract, was, as Chiefs Heck and Daniels testified to earlier, transporting a significantly higher number of those patients back in the first quarter of our contract, March, April, and May of 2024, than they are right now.
Mr. Casper, my question was yes or no. Are you aware that the city is routinely every month transporting non-high acuity 911 patients?
I'm aware that the city of Las Cruces has been transporting lower acuity patients, and that the number of those patients today is significantly lower than it was in the first quarter of our contract in March, April, and May of 2024. I believe I heard the number 137 per month from Chief Heck this morning, which is less than 4 a day.
Yes or no, Mr. Casper? You're aware that the Las Cruces, the Doñana Fire Department is transporting subacute patients routinely every month?
That's the way the system was designed, Mr. Bartel.
Okay, Mr. Bartel, one more question.
Mr. Casper, isn't it true that pursuant to the PSA, and particularly paragraph 4.1, which we find at Bates number B0542, specifies that, quote, all the following transports originating in the exclusive operating area shall be referred to the exclusive agreement holder, who shall be responsible for all responses in ground transports as follows. 1, made in response to 911 PSAP requests. Are you
Mr.
aware of
Casper,
that?
do you need to look at the agreement?
It'd be helpful if I could see that. Yeah, thank you. I don't have it in front of me.
page is it on there?
It's 542.
Where do you want it to?
Yeah, zoom it up a little bit so we can see.
Thank you.
Mr. Casper, can you see that now?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
And it's true, is it not, that there is no exception to this requirement of all transports being the responsibility of AMR or 911 responses, whereby the county fire department is supposed to be routinely transporting patients, is there?
I would just ask that Mr. Bartel scroll down a little bit farther so Mr. Casper can see the next paragraph.
Thank you.
Right. So when you say there's no exception, I would have to say that the words "the exception" immediately below number 6 would cause me to say, no, I don't agree with your assertion. And there are exceptions, and the system, and these are the things that we would be talking about if with the ambulance oversight committee and the county officials. The system is designed so that AMR is assigned the first call. There's no way, based on the number of resources that have been requested under this PSA, that we could then handle a second subsequent call. The county responds on those calls and transports those patients to the hospital. Yeah.
Man, hearing is having one final question, and I swear I'll stop.
All right, one final question.
Thank you. Mr. Casper, you would agree that the express exception that we see on the screen right now applies only to transports of high acuity patients by the Las Cruces Fire Department and does not apply to the Doña Ana County Fire Department, correct?
And again, I would ask Mr. Bartel to show the relevant portions of the contract that state that Doña Ana County will respond to some transports as testified earlier in the north and the south zones.
Correct.
Okay, is that on this same page or is that on a separate page?
It's on a different page. It's section 4.5.
Okay, can I get you to pull that up in your redirect and point that out?
Sure. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. All right. Mr. Bartel, did you?
I promise I would stop. I'll pass.
All right. So, Ms. Stevens, your witness.
Good afternoon, Mr. Casper. I'm Anastasia Stevens. I represent the city. I'd like to start with asking you for testimony about having met with Mr. Graham and Mr. Campion earlier this year. Was that?
Yes.
Was the city involved in those meetings?
The city was not involved in those meetings, no, but Chief Daniels was aware that we were having those discussions. And I believe that through council was aware that we were having those discussions as well.
What was either council, what was Chief Daniels informed of the substance of those discussions?
Yes, ma'am.
As in the nature of the settlement at issue?
Yes, ma'am.
And what exactly was he told and in what context?
So I, in general terms, I had a conversation with Chief Daniels about the fact that we discussed with Mr. Campion a set of parameters that would involve elite medical transportation, handling long distance transports that would take ambulances outside of Doñana County, patients, for example, going to Albuquerque, patients being discharged and returned to or brought to locations in El Paso, behavioral health transports, and transports involving airport transfers. So these are patients that are flown and require an ambulance transport to or from the airport. That at the time, Chief Daniels requested, and I discussed with Mr. Campion, that really the only request from the city and from the county would be that Elite agree to participate in the disaster and MCI planning process, and that Elite agree to have the city and county EMS radio system available in their units, so that in those instances they would be able to communicate. Those parameters seem to be agreeable. Those were the conversations that I had with Mr. Campion, in addition to some other issues that we talked about. But those were the main parameters of what would have or could have been a settlement agreement.
And you're not claiming, are you, that you were representing the city during
Oh,
those
ma'am.
negotiations?
Nope.
I'd now like to turn, if I can find it here, your direct testimony at page E10, E001010.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm myself. So on lines 175 to 177, you testify that AMR's ambulance service provides the majority of interfaculty, which I assume you mean interfacility transfers, correct?
My fault.
I'd like to go back to the very first question that Ms. Miller asked me and match my
Yeah,
testimony
you
as presented.
Okay, interfacility, we'll assume that meant interfacility transfers between acute care hospitals and other healthcare entities.
Mhm.
So I would like you to explain for me how exactly does AMR define an interfacility transfer or transport? What kinds of facilities, what kinds of patients, what you do, what you don't do. So let's start with, what are the nature of the facilities between which an interfacility transport is done?
Sure. So an interfacility transfer, I would define as ambulance transportation of a patient who is currently in a healthcare facility in Las Cruces, for example, Memorial Hospital, or Mountain View Hospital, being transferred to another inpatient setting. So that could include transfers to hospitals in El Paso. That could include transfers to the behavioral health centers like Mesilla Valley or the Peak. That could include transfers to long-term care or skilled nursing facilities. So essentially a patient from an inpatient setting to another inpatient setting in a healthcare facility.
And I understand you said that includes skilled nursing. What about transfers that involve taking patients to specialized treatment centers or testing centers? Are those considered interfacility transfers by the way you operate?
Well, so I'm not sure what you mean by testing
I mean,
centers.
going to a dialysis center, for example.
So those would be routine transfers that, happen every single day from patients' homes to a dialysis center, for example. They do not require ambulance transportation. That's one of the reasons why I testified about the fact that, probably one of the most helpful needs that we could meet in the Doña Ana County system are the non-ambulance medical transportation services that could benefit those exact patients who need medical transportation, but that either don't meet medical necessity for ambulance or simply don't physically need ambulance transport. I should note that probably what the lay public assumes is medically necessary is not how the medical community, particularly the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, define ambulance necessity. So, just because a patient is bedridden, for example, does not mean that they meet the requirements for ambulance medical necessity and could be transported by other means if they were available. So I hope that I think I probably answered more than what you asked.
That's a start, but that opens up a lot of questions. So, are there instances in which you transport, which AMR in Doña Ana County does transport a patient from, say, a nursing home to a dialysis center?
So to be perfectly honest, that's more of a sort of in the weeds question that my colleague, Mr. Lujan, would be able to answer directly. I don't know if we're doing dialysis transports. I tend to think that we're not, simply because the ambulance medical necessity issues that are involved with those types of patients.
Well, then I'll make it a more general question. When you use the term in his testimony, the majority of interfacility transfers, are you trying to apply the definition of that term utilized in the Motor Carrier Act and the department's regulations, or is it something more broadly in practice?
So I'm specifically referring to the interfacility transfers within the EMS system and defined or sort of included within our professional services agreement to include transfers to and from the two acute care hospitals and other long-term care, skilled nursing facilities, and from time to time, hospice centers. I hope that.
Now, going back to this, your 10th sentence here about the majority, what is the actual, the majority is 51%, I guess, or more. Do you have a more accurate or specific number as to what percentage are you handling?
I don't.
You don't? Would Mr. Lujan have that information?
Well, I guess part of the reason I don't is I don't know what I don't know. So I don't know what the total denominator of transfers is, because there are transfers that happen where a company like Elite is called. Other non-ambulance medical transports occur. I don't know what that total denominator is, so I couldn't give you a percentage of the total. I know Mr. Lujan will be able to talk specifically about what our volume is, but very certain that because we are currently the certificated ambulance in the community, that we do provide the vast majority of those transfers between acute care hospitals and other entities.
Well, vast majority is a little closer, but okay. Would you also look at that same page farther down, where you say that on lines 176 to 177, the majority of the 911 emergency transports within the city and the county. Can you provide a better quantification of majority for that assertion?
Again, I don't have the numbers right in front of me, Ms. Stevens.
Do you know the percentage of 911 non-emergent non-emergency calls that AMC handles in Doña Ana County?
But I would define all 911 calls are emergency calls, the way the system is defined.
Okay. And lastly, it sounds like you've been listening to the testimony of the other witnesses. Why hasn't AMR committed to adding one or two? Oh, let me ask one question about the PSA, if I can. Does the PSA call for, now before pulling it up, since I know my time is short here, does the PSA call for AMR to have dedicated IFT units?
We do have dedicated IFT units.
And does the PSA specifically call for expect a concept that primarily IFTs will be served with dedicated units?
Yes, ma'am.
So why hasn't, in light of everything you've heard and read in this case, which has been on for a long time, why hasn't AMR considered considered but implemented additional dedicated IFT unit or units in Doña Ana County?
It's a great question. So first of all, I'll have to state the disclaimer that this preceded my taking this role when this contract was negotiated. But it's my understanding, in looking at the history, that the original response to the RFP did include additional resources beyond those that we have in service right now. However, the subsidy request, along with those resources, was also higher. And through a process of negotiation, we arrived at the number of unit hours and units that were in service and the subsidy that goes along with that. To your point, however, as I've testified to, we have been making a significant effort to increase the number of unit hours that we have in the system since November. When I first arrived here, the local operations manager, who you'll hear from, I know later, has made significant efforts to increase the staffing, increase the unit hours that are in service in order to address these concerns, and he's been very successful at doing that.
And AMR makes more money if it does more IFT runs, doesn't it?
Sure.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Roybal, your witness.
Thank you. Mr. Casper, I'm Samuel Roybal with the General Counsel's Office, New Mexico Department of Transportation, representing Transportation Regulation Bureau.
Sure.
Are you familiar with the Transportation Regulation Bureau?
I am.
Okay. You testified earlier that AMR had sent a letter, and again, I'm going to paraphrase, that essentially AMR wished to renegotiate the PSA.
Yes.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so you also had heard the testimony of Mr. Campion yesterday about what Elite's intent is. His intent is not to be tied into the 911 system, only if necessary under a mutual aid agreement. And you heard that testimony, correct?
Yes.
And so I'd like to ask you what AMR's intent is. What is AMR's intent if the city or Doña Ana refuses to renegotiate the PSA?
I can't speculate until we have that negotiation.
What was the intent of the letter?
To bring the parties to the table to renegotiate the PSA and to address some of the issues that we perceive to be weaknesses of the current system to help improve those areas, and to make the system more efficient.
Would it be fair to say that AMR is willing to withdraw from providing services in Doña Ana County if Doña Ana County and the city of Las Cruces refuse to renegotiate?
Yeah, I can't comment on what we may or may not do in a negotiation that hasn't happened yet.
But again, there was a purpose for doing that, correct?
Right. As I've said,
What's
to bring the
what is
party-
the end? What is the end result that AMR expects from that letter?
I hope the end result is that the parties come to the table and are able to successfully address some of the concerns that we included in that letter in order to make the system more efficient so that we can operate better within the parameters of the PSA and enjoy a long-term happy relationship with the city and with the county. So the letter is the catalyst to bring the parties to the table to engage in that negotiation.
If there is a conflict between the duties that AMR is required to perform under the PSA and the duties it's required to perform under New Mexico rules and regulations, which ones will AMR follow?
I'm not sure I understand your question. If you could give me a specific example, I'd be happy to address that.
If the PSA allows AMR to terminate the agreement and no longer provide ambulance services, but that conflicts with, say, a rule or regulation that requires AMR to provide continuous and adequate services to the public, which one is AMR going to follow?
Well, so again, I need, it's a vague and hypothetical question. I'm not sure. Yeah, it's a
think it's
vague
very
and
specific.
hypothetical question. The certificate that we operate under, if you're asking specifically, Mr. Walbaugh, the certificate that we operate under is the county's certificate. We operate under that certificate based on the PSA. So hypothetically, if we no longer operate under the PSA and the certificate is returned to the county, we have no obligation to provide the services that you're referring to under the certificate that we hold.
Okay. So your testimony is that AMR has no obligations to provide services under the certificate that it's currently operating under.
That's not what I said.
Okay, then clarify for me what you mean.
What I said was the certificate is leased from the county for the purpose of providing service under this PSA. If hypothetically, if the PSA goes away and we are no longer the provider, that certificate lease reverts back to the county. If and when that should happen, for AMR to continue to provide services, we hypothetically would be back in this very venue right now requesting our own certificate. But until or unless we got that certificate, we would not, under your regulations, Mr. Roybal, permitted to provide service because the certificate would be the county's and not AMR's, right?
Okay.
So again, it's a hypothetical situation and much more complicated than I think what you're proffering to ask me.
So in that scenario, would that require an amendment to the certificate?
I would have to talk to council about what our options were at that point. I don't know. We would certainly comply with the regulatory requirements as a provider throughout the state of New Mexico. We would not want to violate or end run the regulations or the Motor Carriers Act. And I would need to work with council to figure out how we would go about making those changes.
No further question.
Okay. I do not have any questions for Mr. Casper, so we will go to redirect with Ms. Miller.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I do not have any redirect for Mr. Casper.
Okay, you didn't want to put that, because earlier you had mentioned putting up the rest of, on another page.
Oh, thank
Do
you.
you want to do that?
I can do that, yes.
Okay,
Let me find it and then I'll put it up on the screen.
okay.
Okay. And which screen? I have 3 screens in front of me. So which one you're seeing keeps changing? Because so are you
Where's
seeing the
We're
Zoom?
looking at North Zone C.
Ah, okay, great. All right. Mr. Casper, this is section 4.5 of the professional services agreement, which is exhibit B9.
Yep.
And do you see under North Zone Z where it says Doña Ana County Fire will provide backup ambulance services for this zone as needed?
Yes.
Okay. And then on the next page for the South Zone, Doña Ana County has these same, in pursuant to the contract, is supposed to provide backup ambulance service for that zone as well, correct?
That's correct. That's what I was attempting to explain to Mr. Bartel based on those questions.
Okay.
all right,
right.
no other questions? All right, does anyone else have any recross exam questions based on what has been elicited in the last 45 minutes? Anybody? All right. Mr. Casper, thank you for your testimony today. You are dismissed as a witness. And we are going to move rapidly along to the next witness, which will be, I believe, Mr. Kenneth Lujan.
Okay, Madam Hearing Examiner, just request a quick break so we can switch the witness into the private office.
Okay,
All
right.
So he can be
Quickly.
alone.
Yep.
Okay, we'll be right back. It'll take us
Sure.
about 2 minutes, I think.
Okay.
Madam Hearing Examiner, the witness has moved into the private office, but has requested to use the facilities really quick.
Okay.
Just a couple more minutes.
Okay.
Madam Hearing Examiner, are we on the record
Yes.
right now?
Yes, we are, unless you want to go off. Oh,
No, I had a quick question. I don't expect, I wanted to see if, I don't expect to have any questions for these next 2 witnesses. And so I'd be
Okay.
willing to yield my time, if you'd allow that.
oh, I would. Yes, that's great. I'm sure Mr. Bartel and Ms. Stevens would appreciate more time.
And so if I could, that after, yeah, I would, I'm gonna yield my time for the next 2 witnesses I think they're able to, get a little bit more going with their questionings than I am.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. All right, I see Mr.
Hello, Madam
Lujan.
Hearing Examiner Kenny Lujan. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you and see you. Thank you. All right, are you ready to begin? Can you hear me? All right, so Mr. Lujan.
Give me 1 second. I
please-
cannot hear you.
Okay,
Okay, I'm ready now. Sorry.
okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. Can you please identify yourself by spelling your name for the court reporter? Tell us where you are testifying from and identify who, if anyone, is in the room with you.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Kenneth Lujan, Kenneth. Last name Lujan. I'm currently in Albuquerque, New Mexico at Mrs. Miller's law offices in a private office with nobody with me.
Okay, great. Thank you. Ms. Miller, your witness.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. Good afternoon, Mr. Lujan. Do you have before you AMR Exhibit E2?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Was this document, this is your direct testimony, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Was this document created by you or under your direction?
Yes.
Do you have any changes or edits to your testimony?
No, ma'am.
If you were asked the same questions today that are in your testimony, would you have the same answers?
Yes.
This time I would move for the admission of Exhibit E2.
Any objections to E2?
No.
E2 is admitted. Okay. We are passing the witness to Mr. Bartel.
Mr. Lujan, you have testified that new recruitment and retention initiatives that have been put in place since November of 2024 have resulted in, quote, noticeable changes in the IFT system response times, correct?
That is one piece of the puzzle, yes, sir.
The testimony that you've provided to the Department of Transportation, however, does not contain any statistics or spreadsheets demonstrating that there's been a noticeable change in IFT system response times. Isn't that true?
Could you ask the question one more time, please?
You didn't support your statement in the testimony with any statistics or reports, have you?
So the improvements in the system have been confirmed by the stakeholders at our monthly meetings, as well as representatives from the hospitals at our place of business in Las Cruces. So that confirms that the improvements that we've made with staffing have resulted in improvements in the IFT system.
Are you the person who normally attends the IFT stakeholder meetings?
Yes,
On
sir.
behalf of, on behalf of AMR, let me clarify that.
Correct.
Okay. Do you make notes of what transpires meeting by meeting?
For the most part, I do not. There's other representatives from AMR that attend as well, being that I'm the one presenting the most of the meeting. I do not keep notes. I present the data that I have in front of me for the group.
Are meetings of the IFT stakeholders committee, are those done on a monthly basis?
Yes, sir. The current schedule as set up by the Las Cruces Fire Department is the first Wednesday of every month.
So between November of 2024 and the time that you filed your testimony on March 14, 2025, there have been at least 3 IFT stakeholder meetings?
December, February, and March. So 3 is correct. We did not have one in January.
So ostensibly, there would have been 3 sets of notes by somebody at AMR that could record if it happened, sending facilities or receiving facilities using IFT services, reporting improved response times, correct?
Well, based on the testimony of others, the meeting itself is an informal meeting, so there's no minutes recorded per se. So the fact that no notes have been produced, if that's what you're asking, I have no control over what the attendees write down on a piece of paper.
Does AMR keep track of its performed IFT transports in terms of the time of the call, the time of the unit being assigned, the time of the unit arriving, the time of departure, those kinds of details?
Those times are recorded internally by the supervisor that's on duty for the day. And then also they're depicted in the patient care report that we create for every patient we transport.
So that would be an alternative way that you could actually have shown, if it existed, that there had been an improvement in response times, right? You could have used your internal record keeping system to generate reports like that. Isn't that right?
To generate a report, correct, but it would be something that would have to be, it's something that is not sent to the city directly. It is something we keep internally.
Right, but you're the witness. You could have said, gee, I'm going to make a statement about improved response times, and I want some support. Therefore, can we please do a report from November of 2024 until, let's say, the end of February of 2025 to show that there's a trend of improvement? You could have done that, correct?
That's correct, but I can also answer your questions about it and give the same information.
Right, but there's no independent support for any of these claims, are there?
That has been submitted to you? No, sir.
Now, you did supply some cancellation logs in response to one of our requests for production. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And I'm specifically referring to the request for production that has been identified as EMT B10. And it's item number 10. You recall responding to that?
I would ask that if you can put that on the screen for me, that'd be fantastic.
The Bates number is B0589. So, Mr. Lon, request number 10 is asking about materials concerning late or canceled responses. And the response indicates that, quote, cancel logs are produced herewith. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Did you personally compile the logs that were produced in response to request number 10?
No, sir. Those are the logs I spoke of that the supervisor fills out daily.
So the logs that we got were only for canceled calls. Is that the only log that the supervisor fills out?
So the request number 10 states correspondence or other communications regarding late or canceled. So that is what you received.
But my question is, just for clarification, the supervisor who prepares the daily reports for interfacility transports, does the supervisor only record canceled calls, or does the supervisor also capture data on the completed calls?
The spreadsheet contains all requests, so yes, that is correct.
Let's please put up exhibit B11, EMT B11. And this is Bates numbers B0591.
I pulled it up, it's not.
Mr. Lujan, have you seen EMT B11 before today?
I have seen that before, yes, sir.
Okay, can we page back and show some of the attached logs? So following the actual chart are the supporting logs from which the chart was made. Do you recognize these logs
Yes, sir. Those are the logs we just spoke about.
that were produced in response to our request number 10?
That is the log that is kept for all of our IFT requests, correct?
I see. So let me ask you this. I mean, it sounds like the database from which these logs were generated contain not only information about canceled calls, but also information about completed calls. Is that correct? So it's all in the same database?
It is in a Excel spreadsheet, as you see.
But it's the same spreadsheet. That's my question. The same
Correct.
document. Okay.
Correct.
Does AMR share any of this information with the city fire department or the county fire department?
No, sir.
What is the name of the spreadsheet? Does it have a name?
I reference it as an IFT log, transfer log, whatever you'd like to call it.
Is it part of the online compliance utility used by AMR?
No, sir. The online compliance utility is for 911 responses, not interfacility transports.
Let's take a look at the actual chart itself, exhibit B11. Mr. Lujan, we simply took the total canceled calls for each month of the years noted on this chart and put them on a graph. Do you have any reason to disagree with the graph that has resulted from using the log numbers for each month?
Only in the fact that there's not exact numbers on there, so there's no specific number associated with each bar. But if it was drafted or created from the spreadsheet you were provided, then
Have you undertaken to verify whether we made any errors in compiling the graph that we see as Exhibit 11?
well, again, sir, I can't say that there's errors in it if there's not specific numbers on the top of each bar. With a 20 call spread on the left-hand side, I can't tell if that first bar is 92 or 97, so I can't verify its accuracy.
My question is, did you try to verify the accuracy of any of the bars, individual bars shown on the chart?
Have I tried to?
Yes. Did you attempt to?
There's no need to make an attempt if there's no numbers to try and verify, sir.
Well, there are some numbers. Isn't that true, Mr. Lujan? Look at August of 2023. It tops out right at 100. You could have gone back and looked at the logs for August of 2023, count them up and determine whether or not that's accurate, right?
It's safe to say that, yes, sir.
But you didn't do that. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
All right. So if the contention is that there's been an improvement since November of 2024, we only have limited information based on the cancellation logs that you provided. But you would agree that from a system-wide standpoint, if we looked at the last 3 months of 2023 and compared them to the last 3 months of 2024, there hasn't really been a great deal of improvement in terms of canceled calls, has there?
Well, sir, that's because it's a different time frame. 2023, we were under a different contract, and 2024, we were in a different service agreement, which is what we've been talking about during these proceedings. So you can't compare. It's not apples to apples. Everything 2023 was a different system, and transfers were handled in a different manner than they are today.
Looking at the logs themselves, it's true, is it not, that no reason is provided for every single canceled call, correct?
That is correct, sir, and it's because there's a large number of reasons as to why a call can get canceled. As Mr. Campion presented in his response time data, there was tons of blanks on his reasonings as well. So you are correct in the fact that there are not always reasons for cancels, but the number of reasons varies tremendously as to why a trip would be canceled.
So for instance, Mr. Campion has testified, and I don't think there's any dispute about this, that between March of 2024 and the end of December of 2024, Elite Medical Transport did 122 transports for non-emergency interfacility transports. Are you aware of that?
Yes, sir.
And so if we looked at the actual logs that were provided for that same time frame, you would agree that not all 122 calls admittedly done by Elite are noted as having been done by Elite.
I would agree on the fact that the reasons that we are given to cancel may not always be precise or truthful from the hospital that set the transfer up. For instance, if Memorial Medical Center called us to cancel a trip that they have handed off to Elite, they may exclude the fact that that's why they're canceling it. So it just gets listed as canceled. rather than Elite took it.
Subject to check, would you agree that if you reviewed the logs for March of 2024 through December of 2024, you'd only find Elite mentioned 11 times?
From March of 2024 till when?
Through the end of December of 2024.
And you're stating that that Elite was listed in the comments 11 times?
Correct.
Since I haven't reviewed all of those logs, I couldn't tell you if that number is correct.
And so that would be true of any interfacility transports that were completed by other providers, like the city fire department, for instance.
Well, the fire department doesn't handle transfers, sir. They handle 911 calls, so they wouldn't be in there.
Well, but if a call for interfacility transport came in and you couldn't handle it, and it actually turned out to be an emergency, then according to the PSA, city fire department would respond and transport, correct?
If the facility decided to call 911, you are correct. It enters into the emergency response system, which Las Cruces Fire Department is a part of. However, that does not mean that AMR could not handle that, and that's why the hospital called 911.
Well, that would be that's a prerequisite for the city fire department to handle it, right? Is that AMR is not available. Otherwise, it's going to let AMR do it. Isn't that your understanding?
No, sir, that is not.
So you're the operational manager for AMR's Doña County operations, correct?
Correct.
So you're familiar with what happens if a facility that's asked for AMR to do an interfacility transport gets sped up with the time it's taking and calls 911. You're familiar with what happens, aren't you?
Well, I'm not familiar with whatever procedures or policies that hospital staff use to use the 911 system or the IFT system. So no, I'm not familiar with their policies or procedures.
Okay. Mr. Liu, I'm not asking you that question. I'm asking you, you know what happens, not what the policies are, but what happens when somebody calls for an IFT, interfacility transport, AMR is not responding, they decide to call 911, and now the city fire department is responding. You understand what happens in the real world, don't you?
Well, again, sir, that is not true, because if the facility calls 911 and it's not a high acuity call type, AMR still responds to those, not just the Las Cruces Fire Department. So in essence, the hospital would still get an AMR ambulance depending on the call type.
Did you listen to the testimony of Chief Daniels this morning?
Yes, sir, I did.
Didn't he testify that one of his concerns is that in that situation where some calling facility gets frustrated with the lack of response for an in-facility transport, so they call 911, and now the fire department is responding to the 911 call because AMR doesn't have any units available? Did you hear him talk about that scenario?
I heard him talk about the scenario, but again, it has nothing to do with the unit availability of AMR. If a patient at a hospital gets called in for a transport, an interfacility transport, and their condition deteriorates and the hospital calls 911, that has nothing to do with AMR's unit availability. And so whenever that call gets entered into the 911 system, the Las Cruces Fire Department responds as part of the emergency response system. And depending on the call type, an AMR ambulance also gets dispatched, or a Las Cruces Fire Department rescue.
So in that instance, you're saying that both the Las Cruces Fire Department and AMR are going to send units to the same facility to pick up the same patient?
No, sir. A transport unit for the Las Cruces Fire Department.
I'm sorry. You guys overlapped. I didn't.
Sorry,
Let's
I
go back.
apologize.
Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead, Mr. Luan.
A Las Cruces Fire Department rescue will get dispatched to the high acuity call types that were mentioned by both Deputy Chief Heck and Chief Daniels. Any other call type, an AMR ambulance gets dispatched to that. A Las Cruces Fire Department resource will always respond to a 911 call within the city limits in the form of a truck or an engine company, but not necessarily an ambulance. So no, 2 ambulances would not show up to that.
So Chief Daniels fear that there would be duplicate responses to calls for interfacility transports unfounded?
Are you talking about in our current system?
Yes.
The opportunity for that to happen is slim. However, it is possible if an AMR ambulance on the interfacility transfer side is already en route to that call. The hospital or facility calls 911, states that it's a high acuity call type, such as chest pain, cardiac arrest, and then a Las Cruces Fire Department rescue gets dispatched because of the high acuity call type, and both arrive at the same time. So it is a possibility, but it's very slim that that would happen.
You're aware of instances during the pendency of the current PSA, which started, well, according to Chief Heck, it started in March of 2024, even though it's signed in May. But you're aware that during that time, from March of 2024 to the present, some facilities who need a non-emergency interfacility transport have actually called in air transport to El Paso, aren't you?
I can tell you that March of 2024 was a difficult year for the hospitals to adopt what happened with the new contract that started. As I mentioned to you earlier when we were talking about the graph, in 2023, we operated the system very differently. So in March of 2024, when the new contract began, the hospitals were almost in a state of shock in how interfacility transfers were going to be handled. And so the amount of times that they called was increased. However, through the stakeholders meeting and throughout time up until 2025, we have educated the hospitals on why those changes were made and when they should be calling for an interfacility transport and when they should be using the non-ambulance medical transport realm, such as wheelchair vans, etc.
Okay, Mr. Bartel, one more question.
I don't have any questions that won't involve a series of questions. Well, I'll stop here, but I would move the admission of exhibit B10, EMT B10 and exhibit EMT B11.
B10. Any objections to the admission of B10? Okay, admitted. And B11, any objections to B11?
I have to this is Anastasia Stevens. I have a request for clarification about what B11 is. And my question is the bar chart at the beginning part of a discovery response, or is that something that Elite put together?
No, it is a graphical representation of the discovery response logs.
So that is something prepared by Elite, because I hadn't seen it before.
Yes, no, this is not, the first page is not part of the discovery response. The backup pages are the discovery response.
All right.
Okay, objection to B.
I guess as long as Mr. Lujan made that clear enough, we understood that, I'm okay.
Okay, all right, B11 is it? Who's
I just wanted
talking?
that I'm okay with that, just noting that the bar chart was not created by AMR. Mr. Bartel has represented that that was created by either him or his office.
Correct.
So, yeah, AMR is not representing that that's accurate.
Okay. All right. I think we got that on the record. All right. Okay, Miss Stevens, you're up.
Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Cass. Where are you? There you go. Hollywood Squares here. My name is Anastasia Stevens. I represent the city of Las Cruces, and your colleague deferred some questions to you. You were listening earlier. So that's where we're going to start. And I'm hoping that you can explain to me more as to what AMR considers to be an interfacility transfer and what it does not, what kinds of calls it does not accept or treat as an interfacility transfer. So if you could, I mean, maybe it's easier to start fresh with you and ask you what kinds of facilities must be on the receiving end and the sending end to make it an interfacility transport.
Yes, ma'am. I believe that Mr. Casper did a great job in explaining what our viewpoint is on an interfacility transfer. I'll elaborate on the fact that AMR currently will not say no to a hospital that is requesting an ambulance transport for a patient, even though the need for an ambulance may not be there. So medical necessity for ambulance transport is something that we look very closely at. And so in order to define which facilities are involved with an interfacility transfer, that's where it changes a little bit. A patient that is going to a residence, a discharge from a hospital for a patient that is going home, that is not to another inpatient facility. But because of the lack of non-ambulance, non-emergency medical transport in Doña County, AMR has the ability to perform those. However, it is important that we note that we are doing that for the sake of the community and to transport those patients home rather than them not having alternative options for transport, which is needed, as was said by numerous people within the hearing, for non-ambulance, non-emergency medical transport.
And how do you bill those then, if it's to a personal residence?
Well, I'm not an expert in billing, but I can tell you it'll get generated through the normal billing process. If it does not get paid out by the insurance carriers, then our billing company will send a bill to the patient's address for payment.
And you specifically said you will not say no to a hospital making a request. What about what about a skilled nursing facility? Was that included in your definition of hospital, or you have
No,
different?
skilled nursing facilities is a different than a hospital. You know, again, one of the things that we continue to point out is that skilled nursing facilities have their own transportation means. The vast majority of them, or if not all of them, have wheelchair vans or transportation. And if they choose not to have drivers for those means 24/7, then it is an instance where AMR will use an ambulance to go transport those patients, inevitably for the sake of the system. Because if we do not do that, the skilled nursing facility at some point is going to call 911 to get that patient transported from point A to point B. And we don't want that to occur.
And again, you will bill and see what happens?
Correct.
Okay. What about a hospice?
Hospice patients, they fit the same bill. There are some instances where a hospice patient does not meet medical necessity for an ambulance. And so those patients can easily be transported by non-ambulance medical transport companies. If those are not available, then again, those are transports that we AMR will take.
And what about patients who are recumbent? Do you automatically take those?
Could you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Patients who are recumbent, who are on a journey, are the rules different, are your internal rules different for those patients?
If they're originating from a healthcare facility, the rules do not change. If a patient is, let's say a patient's family is calling trying to get a patient from their home to a doctor's appointment, that is an instance where we will say that is not a service that we provide. Unless there is official documentation from a physician that supports that there's a medical necessity for an ambulance for that patient to be moved.
I think that that covers the questions for Mr. Casper in tremendous detail, so I appreciate that.
Yes, ma'am.
If you would turn to your own testimony now, isn't reasonable thing
Okay.
to, and I'm looking at page E 0028. I can find it. I don't think we need to necessarily put stuff on the screen because it's not that.
I have it in front of me.
Yeah. Big enough so I can see on my own screen here because I'm not. Um, and here you're talking about your mutual, on this page, E28, you're talking about mutual aid agreements that you have with Sierra Vista Hospital, which is in Tier C, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Life Ambulance in El Paso, Hatch Ambulance Service, City of Deming, and Elite. I guess I could ask a quick question here. Is Hatch Ambulance Service still operative?
No, ma'am, they are not.
So, and then what I want to take you down to is the bottom there, line 45. The agreements work by having our local patient safety answering point, PSAP, contact the most appropriate agency, usually based on the location of the need, and request assistance covering a request for service. Does this apply to 911 type calls, emergency calls, or also to IFTs?
That specific statement, ma'am, is in regards to 911 calls.
And
we would rely on the PSAP to make contact with the appropriate agency.
And in the case of interfacility transfers, do the requests all come to AMR?
That is correct. So when an interfacility transfer request comes in from a facility, if they do their what they're instructed and dial our non-emergency transfer line, then AMR receives the request for it. We will provide them with an ETA, and then that is set up with a run number, or a ticket gets assigned to it, so that way we could keep track of it from that point.
And if your ETA is not viable, how would you turn one of those calls directly to AMR into a mutual aid with one or more of the entities listed on this page?
Essentially, that is brought to us by the sending facility. So for instance, Mountain View Hospital, if they called in a non-emergency transport going from point A to point B, the trip is set up, and the charge nurse or whomever is in charge of that patient at the hospital deems that they want to try to get them out faster. They will then call and ask for permission to try and utilize a different service under our mutual aid agreements, at which time we then say, if you would like to try an alternative, you can. However, we will keep it on our list until you cancel it.
Oh, okay. And has that been done with all of these entities listed in your testimony, or has it just been Elite since March of 2024?
We don't give direction on which service to use. So it has been probably applied to all of these in regards to the destination location. So it would make much more sense for us to educate or recommend to a facility to utilize Sierra Vista service if the patient is going to Truth or Consequences, TRC, because that is where their home base is, rather than offering them somebody from Deming, which is 100 miles in the wrong direction, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think it does. And do you have any kind of numbers as to how many times, well, do you keep track of the number of which entity, which mutual aid entity receives a referral once it's, you said that pardon, I'm going to start over again because I'm garbling this. So you just
Yes, ma'am.
testified that you do keep track of or you log in and call it your call until it's canceled. So
Yes, ma'am.
how then does the receiving hospital, does the new provider, if the hospital finds a new provider, new ambulance provider, IFT provider, who notifies you that the request to AMR has been canceled because somebody else is going to fulfill it?
We rely on the hospital or the sending facility to inform us of that. Like you mentioned, we leave the ticket open and active on our call side until we receive a phone call from the sending facility that says you can cancel X ambulance service or X service, whether that's a non-emergency medical transport company like a wheelchair van service that are in town. If they pick it up, a family member, they will then give us that reason as to why we can cancel.
Is it up to AMR or the sending facility, or maybe even the receiving facility, to consider the alternatives of, a wheelchair van or a non-medical transport company? Do you make that recommendation, or does it happen at a different level?
We try our best to educate the facilities, ma'am. If we, based on the patient's location and their condition, if we feel that there's no ambulance medical necessity, we will try and educate the sending facility to use other resources. Should they choose to accept that advice, that's completely up to them.
And are you providing the medical facilities with a list of the non-emergency specialized passenger service type companies, as well as of the actual ambulance companies?
The companies that are available within our Doñana County have been discussed in the stakeholders meeting as to which services are available, but we don't have a particular list that we distribute.
I think that's all my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. I do not have any questions for Mr. Lujan. Mr. Roybal, we have a little bit of time if you want to jump in there with a question.
No, don't have any questions.
Okay. All right. Then we are ready for redirect. Ms. Miller.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I do not have any redirect questions for Mr. Lujan.
Okay. Mr. Lujan, thank you for your testimony today. You are dismissed as a witness, and we appreciate your time.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, do we need to take a quick break? What time is it? We're looking at 2:30. Mr. Hio, would you like a break?
Can we do 5 minutes? Would that be okay?
Sure.
That would be perfect for us because we have to switch witnesses out of that room again.
Perfect. Go ahead.
And we would request a little bit longer. The facilities at our office I have to walk kind of far.
Oh,
So,
of course. Why don't we go? Do you want 10 or 15?
I'd ask for 15 just to be safe.
Okay. Let's do 15.
Thank you.
All right. Trying to get my camera back on. Why is it not turning on there? Cannot get my camera back on. All right.
There we go. Okay.
All right, it's 2:45. Is everybody ready to begin again? Okay, Miss Court Reporter. All right, so we are now ready for, I believe it's Mr. Gordon's testimony. Now, before we begin, I'd just like to ask, how long do you think, because I'd like to be able to give Mr. Gordon more time, but I need to know from everybody how much time they think they are going to need with Miss Ortiz.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I guess that depends on what she has to say.
I know.
I expect to be brief. I'll be
Okay,
as brief as I possibly can be.
Yeah, I don't think Miss Ortiz
here,
is same. Yeah. So like, let's set aside 45 minutes for Miss Ortiz. Do you think that'll be enough?
Oh, I just have a few minutes, if anything, so it's probably more than enough.
Okay. All right. Well, then as long as we have Miss Ortiz ready to go at 4 o'clock, then I think we can finish up on time at 5 o'clock. So let's look, we're at 2:47. So can we go ahead and do the testimony of Mr. Gordon all the way up until 4 o'clock? That gives us about an hour and 15 minutes. Oh, okay. All right. So let's start with that's what we'll do. That's going to be the plan. So, Mr. Gordon, welcome. Could I get you to raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, yes.
Okay. Can you please identify yourself by spelling your name for the court reporter? Tell us where you're testifying from and identify who, if anyone, is in the room with you.
Okay, my name is Howard Gordon, HOWARDGORDON. I'm testifying from the offices of Ms. Miller in a private office in Albuquerque, and there is nobody in the room with me.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Gordon. Ms. Miller, your witness.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. Good afternoon, Mr. Gordon. Do you have in front of you what has been marked as AMR Exhibit E3?
I do, yes.
Okay, and that is your direct testimony, correct?
That is correct.
Was this document created by you or under your direction?
Yes, it was.
Do you have any changes or edits to your direct testimony?
I do. I have two comments I would like to make. The first, it regards what's on page 8, which I think the date stamp is E0045.
Okay.
To the answer to the question that begins on line 126, my answer begins on line 130, and I reference that my answer is as if Elite took 50 to 60% of the IFT market. I just want to clarify that that answer specifically is if Elite took 3,400 to 3,900 IFT transports.
Instead of the 50% to 60%?
Yes, just to clarify exactly how many transports I was doing.
Okay.
Could you state those numbers again, Mr. Gordon, please?
So that's 3,400 to 3,900.
Okay, great.
And those are the numbers that were in Rob Campion's testimony.
Gotcha. Thank you. All right.
And then
any other corrections?
I have one other clarification, and it's on page 9. Actually, my answers that are on page 9 and I think page 10. I wrote these answers before I had seen the rebuttal by Mr. Campion, where he states that his financial projection was for 2 full-time ambulances. Based on the numbers on his financial projection that were in the response to the City of Las Cruces' interrogatories, Just looking at the numbers, it certainly appeared that it was calculated based on staffing one ambulance. So my comments mention that is one ambulance. It does not impact my conclusions of
Okay.
an analysis of the data, though.
Is there a specific word that you wanted
So-
to?
So on like page 9, line 157, cost for staffing one ambulance, again, that was my assumption based on how I read the financial projection. Mr. Campion House clarified that his projection was based on 2 ambulances. And then I think on page 10, line 169, the sentence begins, the first factor is the assumption that only 24 hours per day of ambulance service is required. That again is assuming one ambulance. Mr. Campion has clarified that those projections were based on 2 ambulances, so that should be 48 hours per day.
Thank you. If you were asked the same questions today, with those changes, if you were asked the same questions today that are in your testimony, would you have the same answers?
I would have the same answers, yes.
Okay. At this time, I would like to move for admission, Exhibit E3.
Any objections to E3?
No objections.
E3 is admitted. All right. Okay, thank you. All right, so Mr. Bartel, your witness.
Mr. Gordon, you have testified that if Elite's application is approved, AMR will suffer a financial loss, correct?
That is correct.
And I'm specifically talking about the testimony that we find at page 6 of your pre-file testimony. This is Bates numbered E0043. So in making that assertion, it's true, is it not, that you are assuming that if Elite's application is granted, AMR's call volume overall will decline, correct?
That is correct.
Are you aware that Doña Ana County Fire Department is reporting that it is performing approximately 225 911 transports each month?
Through the testimony I've heard, yes.
And you're aware that the Las Cruces Fire Department has reported as recently as March that it was performing 800 911 transports per month, although it sounds like maybe that's less today. But you're aware that they're transporting each month, correct?
I am aware. And that the system is designed to be as such.
And you would agree that AMR's ability to take more of those 911 transports that the city and the county fire departments are doing would increase if AMR had less responsibility to do interfacility transport services?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question again?
Well, the system is already operating with the support of both fire departments, correct? In the sense of doing 911 responses.
That is correct.
And AMR, if it were doing those responses, can bill and collect for them, correct?
That is correct.
And so if AMR's 911 response capability is improved in the sense of having more capacity to respond to the 911 calls, because Elite is allowed to come in and provide interfacility transport calls, then it will gain more revenues on the 911 side of the business than it is currently, correct?
Well, it's the hypothetical that there are more 911 calls that would be turned to AMR. So the city of Las Cruces takes the high acuity calls. the county and provides backup and is expected to provide backup in the county when the units that are dedicated for 911 are providing service to other patients and additional calls come in.
So are you saying that even if Elite Medical Transport's application was approved and it devoted 2 to 3 units to Doñana County, as Mr. Campion has testified they would do, that AMR's 911 capacity would not change at all, and it would still let the fire departments do the same volume of monthly transports that they're currently doing?
That is an operational question, and I can't answer that.
But as a matter of the financial impacts, it makes a difference, doesn't it?
Got a financial impact, certainly, but I can't tell you how deployment will be changed by AMR, how deployment will be changed by the city of Las Cruces, how deployment of ambulances by the county will be changed should Elite enter the market, and that will impact whether or how MRVDA will change its dispatch system.
So your assumption that AMR would actually be financially injured if Elite's application was granted is really not based on an analysis of what might happen in the event that it was granted in terms of AMR's ability to increase billing and collection on the 911 side of the business. Correct?
I've assumed that there have been no increase in 911 because we already provide that service per our contract, per the PSA. But I do know that there is a limited number, right, of transports. There's not going to be suddenly 3,400 more IFT transports in the market if Elite comes. If Elite is granted and enters the market, there aren't going to be more IFT. They'll be, as a market, right, they'll be taking market share away from AMR.
But that's not a guarantee, is it, Mr. Gordon? In the sense that
it'd be unusual for a market to suddenly have a 3,500 transport increase overnight.
But my point is, even if Elite's application is granted, it's not an assured fact that Elite would take 3,400 to 3,900 IFT runs each year, is it?
Of course not.
I mean, they would simply be another potential ambulance service provider alongside AMR, and they would have to compete for that business with all of the facilities in Doñana County that currently use interfacility transport services, correct?
My response was to Rob Campion's testimony. So what I've written there is a response to his statement that they plan to take 3,400 to 3,900 transports by putting up 3 or maybe 2 ambulances.
Would you agree that if there was more capacity being provided by Elite Medical Transport in the interfacility transport side of things, that AMR's ability to improve its 911 response under the PSA and its response targets would improve?
I mean, could you just repeat that question?
Well,
I want to make sure I understood.
Assuming that AMR is deploying the same number of units, the same number of EMTs, the same resources that it has today, system-wide.
Mm-hmm.
If it's not doing as many interfacility transports, wouldn't its ability to do the 911 response work improve as a result?
It's possible, but it would also depend on what IFT transports Elite would be taking. We are still responsible for all those transports within the county, and if Elite chooses not to take it, we have to be ready to respond to those transports, those transport requests for IFT. in the whole county. If Elite chooses to cherry pick which transports they take, because they will have no requirements, AMR will still have to respond to everything.
And by cherry pick, you're suggesting that Elite would decline interfacility transport calls if the caller didn't have means of payment? Is that what you're suggesting?
Could be for any reason.
What other reason can you imagine that they would decline a call if they wanted a cherry pick other than potential lack of payment?
I don't know.
All right. You're aware that Mr. Campion has testified under oath that even if they got a call from somebody who did not have insurance and had no ready means of payment, that if it was medically indicated, they would do the call. You're aware of that, aren't you?
I heard him say that.
All right. That's not cherry picking. That's the reverse of cherry picking, isn't it?
Based on that statement.
So you're aware that at least as of March 10 of 2025, the city and the county have claimed liquidated damages against AMR totaling $2.29 million under the terms of the professional services agreement, aren't you?
I saw the slide that you've presented within this case.
And you would agree that if AMR had the ability to improve its 911 response in terms of the timeliness of the responses under the terms of the professional services agreement, it would be exposed to less or maybe no future liquidated damages, correct?
I would want to say that those damages, right, are being contested. So it's not clear what those damages are to begin with, right? As of today, there's been no damages or liquidated damages, right? As far as I know, billed, invoiced. So right now the minimum would be 0, as is today. There is discussion of where that will be, but it's also, I know the issue has to do with data quality and not about actual response times. So I don't know what the damages would be. I can't say there will be 0 damages because I'm not involved, it's an operational issue on how the current operation translates into what the fire department put forth on that slide. But certainly if there were 0 damages, it would be financially better for us.
Right. And the way to get to 0 liquidated damages is to avoid 911 responses that exceed the limits set forth in the professional services agreement. Isn't that right?
Ideally, yes.
And so to the extent that AMR's ability to do better in the 911 response area because it has less responsibility in the interfacility transport area, it actually would benefit AMR financially. Wouldn't you agree?
It's a possibility.
None of your analysis as set forth in your testimony takes into account the beneficial effect of avoiding liquidated damages by not having to do so many interfacility transports, does it?
My analysis is based on our let me step back. The contract that we have, the PSA that was negotiated between AMR and the city of Las Cruces, which includes a subsidy, was based on a projected number of transports, a projected number of deployed unit hours to serve both 911 and IFT, and that system as a whole financially does not support the cost of that operation, and thus a subsidy was requested. If the number of unit hours needs to exceed that in order to meet the compliance standards, then there would need to be another source of income. So, but my comments, ideally there's 0. I mean, certainly if there was 2.2 million or or run rate of that amounts, this operation is not financially stable just on those penalties. Because we designed the system to be compliant and the subsidy is based on a compliance system. I mean, it's kind of silly to have to design a system where you have subsidy and you just turn around and have designed it so that you're going to be paid back as liquidated damages.
But another way of looking at this would be that AMR could live within its existing $3 million subsidy if it could avoid liquidated damages by having improved 911 response capability because Elite Medical Transport took on more of the interfacility transport call volume. Isn't that right?
No, because the system was designed for the total volume, but it's a very specific volume of 911 and IFT, and no liquidated damages. If we eliminate the liquidated damages, but also eliminate over 3,000 IFT transports, it's not financially stable, sustainable system.
But you're disregarding the possibility of additional revenues to the tune of 1,025 calls per month that AMR could capture if the fire departments weren't required to do those transports. Isn't that right?
There is not 1,000 additional transports per month.
Well, there's some amount. I know it's been fluid because Chief Heck changed his testimony a little bit on that, but there's some amount of additional transports every month, right? That AMR could capture if its 911 response capability was improved, and AMR not only does the work, but bills and collects for that work, correct?
If there were, it would be possible, but I have not seen any data provided on how many more 911 transports would be available.
And you haven't, as a result, you haven't done that financial analysis, correct?
No. Fire department, nobody has put forth any number of additional 911 transports that would be available to AMR.
Well, they have put forth 800 and 225, right? I mean, those are numbers that they actually stated in March, correct?
They stated in March, but looking at the history of the market and how many transports we actually did, that market, the Las Cruces, the Doña Ana County market was never that large of a market. I mean, it was substantially, if there was 800, if there was 1,000 more transports a month, then I don't know. Based on history, because we've been in Doña Ana County for a number of years, it would have been like 50 or a huge increase in 911 demand that, it was obvious that there was some error in that data. At least in my opinion, there was an error in that data. There was 1,000 missing transports.
But despite the fact that that was announced in March of 2025, you did not undertake to figure out what the error is and analyze what the impact would be on AMR, assuming that it could avoid whatever lost revenues were associated with the calls being done by the fire departments. Isn't that right?
No, I did not do any analysis of that sort.
All right, I'll pass this witness.
Okay, so Ms. Stevens, your witness.
Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Gordon. I'm Anastasia Stevens for the city, and I have just a couple of questions for you. So if you could turn to page E00443.
Okay.
And this is a generic question, but this is one of the places where the term comes up. And it's the question beginning on line 77 and the answer to that question. And the question is, please describe the anticipated economic, business, and functional effect that the granting of Elite Medical Transport's application will have on AMR's full service operation in Doña Ana County. And then the answer goes on to say, AMR's Doña Ana operation is a full service ambulance operation, by which I mean it operates a system that serves the demand for both 911 and IFT services in Doña Ana County. My question to you simply is, when you use that term full services ambulance operation, are you intending to use it exactly as it is defined and used in the Motor Carrier Act?
I am not. I was not aware it was in the act there.
So then would you please give me your definition? Well, first of all, tell me whether you've used that term in your definition consistently throughout your testimony, to the best of your knowledge.
And so that first sentence where I say it means that we're providing 911 and IFT service, as opposed to only IFT or only 911.
So that's
when I refer to full, when I refer to a full service, that's what I mean. We're providing service to both the emergency system and the IFT
and
system.
that's the long and the short of it, IFT.
Yes,
and
yes,
ambulance.
yes.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Roybal, do you have any questions? Because we have plenty of time now.
I'm feeling pressure to ask some questions, but I actually do not.
Okay, all right. All right, then I'm going to ask a couple questions. So, Mr. Gordon, in your written testimony, you indicated that granting a certificate to Elite would result in wage inflation. Can you tell me why or how that would work?
So there is a shortage of of ambulance attendants, both EMT and medics, paramedics, not just in Las Cruces, but almost nationwide. And when we if we add an additional provider into Las Cruces, whether it's Elite or somebody else, we are all competing for that small population of candidates. Already, we compete. Actually, I can't speak for Las Cruces, but it's something we deal with in many of our markets where we hire paramedics, and shortly thereafter, the fire department hires them away from us at higher wages. And we see that in many places where we have other competitors, where you just have it just drives wages up because you just end up everybody's competing for the same employee, and so they just start offering higher and higher wages, which then drives up the cost of the system for everybody.
Right. Okay. So I guess the solution with I'm just speculating here. The solution to that would be to train more EMT and paramedics, but you indicate this is a national problem. So, but that is something that I guess.
Well, it's something
Go ahead.
we just say we as a company, AMR has programs where we train EMTs and
Okay.
paramedics and sponsor paramedics scholarships. Fire departments do the same.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, there's
But you just,
it's just a
but
very
you
large
just,
need.
I'm sorry, Mr. Gordon. I can only take down one at a time, so.
I'm sorry.
sorry. Okay. So, all right. So, but the fire departments, and you indicated that you as well, you have training programs and scholarships to train more EMTs and paramedics. So, okay. All right. Also, you said, in your written testimony that, granting Elite a certificate would result in a significant decline in revenue for AMR. Without getting into specific numbers, because I don't want to necessarily get into your personal business, but I do need to know what are we talking about? What is a significant decline? Can you give me some percentage or some sort of number I can attach to that?
Well, I think I put a dollar amount in my testimony.
And what was it?
I think it's I had a range of I think 1 to 2 million.
1 to 2 million. Okay.
Again, and that would be based on what type of transfer. Yeah, on page 8, line 133.
Okay, I see that there. Thank you. Okay. So, okay. So getting back to the issue of the number of EMTs and paramedics, So that is a problem that is facing, it sounds like you're facing that regardless of whether any new provider enters into the market. That's just a problem. The problem may get worse, but I guess in order to provide these services to the public, I guess we just have to consider that we may have to raise the wages to attract the people. Would you agree with that? You may be frozen.
Am I frozen? I don't hope, am I frozen? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but you're frozen. So,
I mean,
your thoughts on that?
my thoughts on that?
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes that helps. Sometimes there's a lot of other competition. We compete for, new EMTs and new medics have other opportunities. Some want to go into hospitals, some want to work for fire, some want to work for other types of agencies. Some people, it's just a job while they're in college. There's a lot of factors that drive the availability of candidates. But I'm
Right.
certainly not the expert on the labor market. I see the issue across our company and at least the operations I oversee, that I support with their financial analysis.
All right.
But, just for example, I mean, I think both the chiefs, certainly Chief Hack, I think alluded to it, at least in his testimony. And even Elite has mentioned that, for their other markets, they're hiring people from Doña Ana County to work in their markets. And I assume that's because they don't have enough people in their other markets. So they're hiring people away from Doña Ana. That's
Okay.
my assumption.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. I do not have any other questions for you. Ms. Miller, redirect.
Oh, yes, thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. Just a few follow-up questions, Mr. Gordon. It's true that the system is designed pursuant to the agreement for both Las Cruces Fire Department and Doña Ana County Fire Department to perform transports, correct?
That is correct.
So I think while you said it was possible, it could result in AMR taking more 911 calls. It doesn't guarantee that, correct?
It does not at all.
Okay. And you just testified about the issue on wages. Raising wages would affect AMR's bottom line, correct?
Correct.
And it would also likely affect the city and the county as well, correct? Because they're paying their EMTs and paramedics, correct?
I would imagine so, yes.
Okay. And we've heard lots of testimony about the shortage of EMTs and paramedics in Doña Ana County and nationwide, correct?
I believe we have, yes.
Yeah. Is it your understanding there's a fixed number of people that are interested in this line of work of becoming an EMT or a paramedic? In your experience of
my experience,
in the ambulance service?
I'm sorry. My experience is, yeah, it appears to be a limited number of people who are interested in becoming EMTs or paramedics.
So doubling the amount of opportunities won't necessarily double the applicant pool.
Correct.
In your opinion. Okay.
That's my guess, yes. From what I see elsewhere, that is correct. That's how it would play out. It would not increase the applicant pool.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Okay. Does anyone else have any additional questions of Mr. Gordon?
No. I actually have questions based off of your questions, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Sure.
Mr. Howard, I'm Sam Roybal with NMDOT General Counsel's Office representing Transportation Regulation Bureau. In the questions that the hearing examiner was asking you, it sounded a little bit, I mean, it essentially was supply and demand conversation and answering question. Isn't it true that by allowing an additional service provider, that the costs to the end users of the service would actually go down by allowing an additional business to come into the market?
Actually, in this case, Elite actually has higher rates. They proposed higher rates. So for their
But in
customer,
general,
most patients are Medicare and Medicaid patients, and those are fixed reimbursements. Or they're based, or there's payers who are based on that, like TRICARE. It's based on Medicare. So that doesn't impact the reimbursement from those payers who are the largest payers. Excuse me, the largest payers.
and from an insurance for the and I hate calling them customers, from the patients that pay using insurance rather than Medicaid or Medicare. Again, isn't it true adding additional companies to the market would actually eventually lower the rate because you have a higher supply of the services?
I don't believe so for two reasons. Again, one, in this case, in this particular case, the entrant has higher rates, so that will raise rates for those patients. And two, it is a rate regulated market, so you can't just change your rates. I can't say, oh, Elite has lower rates than us, I'm going to lower my rate tomorrow. It doesn't. It's a rate regulated market. So it's not a competitive market in the sense of two gas stations across the street from each other lowering their rates.
That's all the questions I have.
Okay, anyone else? All right, Mr. Gordon, thank you for your testimony today. You are now excused as a witness.
Thank you.
All right, so we are looking at 322. We finished up that segment much quicker than I thought. So now we have the luxury of time to go into Miss Ortiz's testimony. So if everyone is ready for Miss Ortiz, we'll go ahead and get her sworn in. Miss Ortiz, could you raise your right hand? All right. Do you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Could you please identify yourself by spelling your name for the court reporter? Tell us where you are testifying from and identify who, if anyone, is in the room with you.
Yes, my name is Alicia Ortiz. First name Alicia, last name Ortiz. And I am in my office in Santa Fe, where the Transportation Regulation Bureau is located. I'm alone.
Great. Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Roybal, your witness.
Thank you. Ms. Ortiz, do you have the document titled Direct Testimony of Alicia Ortiz? It's labeled TRB Exhibit A-1 in front of you?
I do.
And was this exhibit prepared by you or under your supervision?
Under my supervision, yes.
Is the testimony in this exhibit true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
It is, with the exception of one error that I'd like to correct.
And what error is that?
Page 4, line 8 should not read Santa Fe area. That should say Doña Ana County.
And I take responsibility for that, Madam Holy Examiner. A quick question. Do you want us to file a corrected one, or is the testimony sufficient here today for the correction?
Let me ask the preference of the court reporter. Would you like them to file an errata sheet or just a completely new exhibit? Or are you okay with just taking it down on the notes?
I think it's okay to just take it down on the notes.
Okay, that's fine with me. So if everybody else is okay with that. All right, no objection. So, A1, exhibit A1 is admitted.
Oh, I move for the admission.
Oh, I thought you did. Okay.
Hearing examiner. And I pass the witness.
Okay. So the first person will be Elite with Mr. Bartel.
Ms. Ortiz, I don't have any questions for you based on your pre-filed testimony. But have you reached any further conclusions based on the testimony and evidence that has been introduced during this hearing?
No, I haven't. I mean, the assessment of the application by my staff and my team, I think stands.
So you have no further recommendations to offer to the hearing examiner at this time? Is that correct?
Not at this time.
I've no further questions.
Okay, thank you. AMR.
Thank you, Madam
Okay.
Hearing Examiner. I do not have any questions for Ms. Ortiz. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Stevens.
Yes. Good afternoon, Ms. Ortiz. I'm following up on Mr. Bartel's question, and if you would look at page A003 or page 3 of your testimony, the question and answer beginning on line 4 through line 10. Is the intent of that question and answer to say that literally that prior to the filing, based on what you saw prior to the filing of the protests and everything else that's happened in the case, at that time, you determined that TRB determined that that the information in the application was insufficient to deny the application at that time?
Yes.
And that does not necessarily apply to the present time, correct?
Right. We looked at the application and we relied on the documents that were offered by the applicant and supported the application to indicate that there was a gap in services. And so we took them at face value and made our determination that way.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure our timeline is right. Thank you so much. And it's nice to get to see you because I spoke to you on the phone in a crisis mode, I think about 7 months ago, 9 months ago.
Yes, and thank you for our patience with us. We navigated, I think, pretty well.
Well, we were just waiting for you to go totally online with the database, but
we're not too far, I promise.
That's a big ask, isn't it?
It has been bigger than I anticipated.
Both you
but we're not too
and
far.
Ms. Weissong, that's a big ask. Thank you. Thank you for being here.
All right. So Ms. Ortiz, I just have a few quick questions to ask you. So just to confirm that you or your staff have determined that all of the criteria in section 65-2A-8 of the Motor Carrier Act has been satisfied.
Yes.
Okay. Specifically, I'm curious, under 65-2A-8 paren D, close paren, it says that the staff must consider the effect of the issuance of the certificate would have on existing ambulance service in the territory. Can you tell me what you looked at to determine that?
We relied, like I said earlier, primarily on the documents that the applicant supplied, indicating that there were a breakdown in a gap in services, right? Some of the delayed response times that we've been talking about here for the last couple of days, just to indicate that there was a need. And so really, I think the consideration that we had is that when we see a need and there's an applicant hoping to fill that gap, that's what our intent was to help to fill that.
Okay, and so you initially reviewed the application when it was received back in October of last fall, October of 2024, and determined that it was sufficient to move forward. Has there been any information that you have received in the interim time that would change your opinion that this application of Elite is no longer ready to go forward, or anything that would change your opinion?
Not with regard to the substance of the actual application and the checklist that we have, other than the protest and the conversation that we're having right now.
Okay.
Right.
All right.
Yeah, just the protests and the testimony that's been provided over the last couple of days. That's up for your consideration.
Okay, great. Well, I don't have any other questions of Ms. Ortiz. Does anyone else have questions? All right. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Ortiz. We appreciate you being here today and giving us your testimony. Appreciate it. You are dismissed as a witness.
Thank you.
All right. Well, I'm feeling a little guilty that I rushed you guys along all day today, and now we're ending with plenty of time.
Well,
So I feel bad about that.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I would like to recall Mr. Campion for some short rebuttal, if that would be agreeable.
That is fine. So go ahead. Is Mr. Campion, I see him on the screen. Mr. Campion, are you there?
Yes, good afternoon, and certainly want to extend my gratitude to everyone who has participated in this. I think we were am I glitchy?
It's staticky. Here we go. Oh. Okay, talk again.
Okay, I just want to extend my gratitude to everyone who participated in this hearing. I appreciate all the time and the comments and even the questions.
Okay, well,
Can we figure out the static situation, Mr. Campion? Maybe something's not hooked in all the way. We're getting static.
Test.
That's better, whatever you did. Oh, now it's
still there. Yeah.
Crackling.
Mr. Campion, are you using an external microphone? Because sometimes those if they're not plugged in firmly, they get a little squeaky.
No, I am using the audio on my computer.
Okay, go ahead and turn your camera off again, and let's see if that improves it.
All right,
Say
good
something.
afternoon. Is there any improvement with that?
No, not really.
Is there a number to call in? He could use the sound on his phone.
Yes, let us find that and get that for you.
So Campion, do you have the notice of the Zoom? Because there are some phone numbers listed there. You can call in.
I do have that notice, and I will find that number right now.
Okay.
There's also, okay, that should work. We won't have video, but you guys have already seen him, so, right?
Yes. Yes.
The other thing would be just to go out and try to log back in and see if.
Okay.
Madam Hearing Examiner, can we take a quick 5-minute break?
Sure.
While he's setting up.
Sure, that's fine. 5
Thank you.
minutes. Let's see. It is 3:30. Let's just call it 3:35. Let's be back at 3:40.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good afternoon. This is Rob Campion, just trying to do an audio check.
Rob, it sounds good on my end. Can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine.
Okay.
I can hear
Okay.
you. I can hear you as well, Mr. Campion.
Great.
Yes,
Thank you so much.
sounds good now.
We're on break right now, Rob. So we'll be back in a couple, 3 minutes.
Okay, yeah, 3:40. We're gonna start back in 3:40. Thank you. Okay, it is now 3:40 and we are back in session. And Mr. Bartel is recalling Mr. Campion for rebuttal. Mr. Campion, I just want to remind you that you're still under the oath that you took yesterday. And with that, we'll go ahead and turn it over to Mr. Bartel.
Mr. Campion, there was some testimony earlier today from Mr. Casper about why AMR thinks that Elite Medical Transport should just continue to provide service by means of a mutual aid arrangement with AMR. Can you explain why that doesn't work for Elite Medical Transport?
Yes, I can. Very simply, operating under mutual aid puts our ambulances for elite medical transport 60 miles away from the point of referral. Um, Services are delayed by at least 1 hour due to driving distances, and those mutual aid assets are taken out of their communities, Deming, Carlsbad, Portales, respectively, to provide services to a different community under mutual aid. It would be far more sensible to establish a stationing point closer to the point of referral.
And does it make sense financially for Elite Medical Transport to hire additional EMTs and paramedics if it doesn't have authority to operate on an ongoing permanent basis in Doña County?
It does not. Mutual aid is no guarantee of the ability to freely compete, improve services, and provide the services that are needed in the community. So no, it would not make sense to bring on additional staff or purchase additional equipment for mutual aid scenarios.
And in that same vein, Mr. Campion, there were some questions about staffing in Doña County if you were allowed to operate there, that is to say, if the application is granted. And the question of the scarcity of EMTs. Can you explain how Elite Medical Transport would go about staffing its operations in Doña County if its application is granted?
There are two items, Mr. Bartel, that I would like to address in that question. One is the scarcity of staff. In 2020, 21, 22, staffing was incredibly scarce for a variety of reasons, COVID namely being one of the biggest, and the closing of institutions. We are seeing much increased participation of personnel wishing to do EMS work than we have in the past, and with a trend that continues to impress us in the strength of people returning to the workforce, specifically the EMS workforce. Second, the ability to recruit and retain staff. Our experience in our non-emergency markets has been that there are EMTs and paramedics that wish to work in a fire department. There are EMTs and paramedics that wish to work in a 911 system. And there are EMTs and paramedics that choose not to work in a 911 or fire-based EMS response system. And we've been successful in recruiting and retaining the staff that wants to provide patient care, that wants to work in a mobile environment, but doesn't want to be part of a 911 situation for a variety of reasons. And we believe that that staff exists in Doña County, as evidenced with the staff that we do have that works for us that resides in Doña County, but chooses not to provide their skills in a 911 setting.
Mr. Campion, there's been some testimony, and I think most recently from Mr. Gordon, and I think Mr. Pasper also mentioned this, that AMR would be financially harmed if Elite's application is granted because you would be taking 50 to 60% of the interfacility transport market, or as Mr. Gordon has stated it, 3,400 to 3,900 calls a year of interfacility transports. Is there any guarantee that Elite Medical Transport would capture that much of the interfacility transport market just because it was granted authority to operate in Doña County?
No, there's no guarantee. And in a multi-provider system, no provider is able to just take volume when it's competitive. Each provider would have to earn the trust, the reputation to be called upon to transport patients.
Now, there was some testimony this morning from Chief Daniels about a concern around the possibility of there being duplicate responses to a call for interfacility transports in a multi-provider environment. Do you currently, that is to say, does Elite Medical Transport or any of its affiliated companies currently operate in a multi-provider environment where more than one company is providing interfacility transport service?
Elite Medical Transport of Texas, which operates in El Paso, Texas, does work in a multi-provider scenario where there are 4 other providers in El Paso, Texas, each cumulatively transporting interfacility over 100,000 patients annually, and duplicate requests, multiple provider responses to the same patient just has not been a concern. Large cities typically also often have, and even medium-sized cities have multiple providers servicing their communities, and this is just not a problem that's affecting EMS nationally.
In El Paso, where you have personal experience, are the hospitals and other facilities who need interfacility transports, are they obtaining that service in the same way that would be the case in Doña Ana County, where they contact the ambulance company directly by telephone or maybe email or text, as opposed to going through the 911 dispatch center?
That's correct. In El Paso, each of the agencies maintain their own dispatch center, and the facilities call their transport requests into that dispatch center. And each agency evaluates each request per their own protocols. And even with 4 providers, 4 dispatch centers, multiple responses to a single patient just doesn't happen.
So with respect to Elite's dispatch center in El Paso, is part of the protocol for your dispatchers, does that include questions about whether they called other providers previously for the same response?
It does not, because the problem doesn't exist.
In your experience, would that be a difficult thing to add to the protocol if the problem presented itself?
It certainly would be a simple addition into the dispatch screening protocol.
And finally, there was some testimony about, perceived resistance on the part of Elite Medical Transport to integrate into the local EMS system if your application is granted. I think that was expressed both by Chief Daniels and by Mr. Casper. What is your intention and attitude about integrating into the local EMS system if your application were to be granted?
We absolutely believe that integration is necessary, and even prior to submitting this application, meetings and conversations were held, notifying AMR, the Las Cruces Fire Department, of what our intentions were. We've stood, very clear and steadfast in what our intentions are, as we've stated here in this hearing today. If granted operating authority for Doña Ana County, a day 1 task is to meet with stakeholders and determine the smoothest way to integrate additional services into Doña Ana County. EMS doesn't exist in a vacuum, and we certainly would want to work with the existing EMS partners and would want to integrate to the best of our ability.
I'll pass the witness.
Thank you. Ms. Miller, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. Just a few.
Okay.
Mr. Campion, nice to see you again.
Good to see you as well.
In El Paso, have hospitals complained of insufficient ambulances?
Hospitals have stated that they experience wait times that they would prefer to be shorter. They haven't commented on the number of ambulances.
Okay. And isn't it true that in El Paso, Elite operates with contracts with the hospitals?
Elite does have contracts with hospitals, that's correct.
In El Paso?
Yes, ma'am.
Those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Stevens, do you have any questions for Mr. Campion?
Good afternoon again, Mr. Campion.
Good afternoon.
Following up on your own testimony and Ms. Miller's questions, you said that there are 4 companies in El Paso who are doing ITCs, IFTs. How many of those are primarily IFT companies as opposed to also doing 911 type services?
To clarify, the El Paso market, the El Paso Fire Department provides 911 services to the city of El Paso and will request mutual aid from one of the 4 private EMS agencies in El Paso as needed. And the 4 providers that are in El Paso are primarily IFT services.
Okay. I think that answers my question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Roble, do you have any questions?
No question for me. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Bartel, do you have any follow-up question or follow-up you need?
And no, thank you, Madam.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Campion, for your testimony again. And you're dismissed as a witness.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Anybody else have any rebuttal witnesses they want to call? All right. So we are coming to the end. I just want to, again, before we finish up, I want to ensure that I have recorded all of the exhibits. So let's start with Elite. We have admitted exhibit B1, B2, B3, B4, B5 without the attachments, B8, B9, B10, B11, B14, B15, B16. Is that correct?
I believe so. We didn't use a lot of them, but I think you're correct.
That's all right. It's always better to have more than you need, right? Okay, so next we're going to go to AMR. And this is what I have admitted for AMR. I have E1, E2, E3, E4, E6, and E7. Is that correct?
That is correct, Madam Hearing Examiner. We got almost all of them.
Okay, great. Thank you. Ms. Stevens, for the City of Las Cruces, I have admitted C1, C2, and C10. Is that correct? Did you answer? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I said yes, ma'am, succinctly.
Okay.
Thought,
You didn't, you were muted. Okay. All right. So that's all right. Okay. Mr. Roybal, I just have A1 has been admitted for you.
We're batting 1,000.
Well, yeah, that's right. And I don't have any exhibits for Donut Anna County. Mr. Herman did not put forth any exhibits. So that's the status of the exhibits. All right. So we've come to the end of the presentation of evidence. The court reporter will prepare an official transcript of the hearing, which will be sent to the parties and entered into the official docket. Once the transcript has been filed in the docket, the parties will have 10 calendar days to make suggested corrections to the transcript. Failure to timely submit suggested corrections without good cause shown will result in a waiver of objections to the transcript. Once I have received your suggested corrections, I will determine which, if any, changes will be made. Now, do the parties wish to brief the issues?
Yes, Madam Hearing
Yes,
Examiner.
ma'am.
Yeah, Madam
Okay.
Hearing, and we would certainly concur with that.
Okay, so how about if we set a deadline for 10 calendar days after the transcript is filed? Is that sufficient?
Madam Hearing Examiner, what's the time frame for preparation of the transcripts so that we kind of can look at our calendars to see whether
That's a good question.
going on?
Sure. All right, Mr. Hio, can you give us an estimate? We won't hold you to it, but can you just give us an estimate of how long it would take to get the transcript?
Of course, I have to speak for the other reporter.
Sure.
I would say within 2 weeks. 2 weeks.
Okay.
I'm just guessing.
Okay, that's right. That's fine. We won't hold you to it. We understand. So if you get the transcript in 2 weeks, Ms. Stevens, Ms. Miller, Mr. Bartell and Mr. Roybal, would 10 calendar days after that be adequate to get a brief filed?
Madam Hearing Examiner, I guess that in part depends on what it is that you think you need. So sometimes the hearing examiner's request proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law. Other times there are particular issues of law that they just prefer the parties to concentrate on. So I guess the length of time it would take to produce something kind of depends on what it is that you want to see from us.
I would like to see proposed facts and findings of law. And I'm going to limit it to 10 pages.
Madam Hearing
Yeah.
Examiner, may I make a request here? I counted on my calendar that 10 days would sort of fall around the weekend of June 20th. Could we possibly set a date certain of June 25th, middle of that following week? I have testimony due in another case on the 20th of June.
Well, since we can't be certain of the when the transcript will be received,
Right.
why don't we move that up a little bit and give yourself a little bit of a cushion? So we're looking at you initially counted to June 25th?
Well, I counted to 10, I ended up in the middle of that weekend to start again. 2 weeks is your Thursday, 1, 2. I do papers, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 days was Sunday the 22nd. So I was thinking I would prefer sometime later in that week after Mondays, so that I have testimony due on Friday the 20th. But if you're open to the end of the 27th, I think that would probably cover any questions with the court reporter as well as with ourselves. I don't know how much of a rush you are in that.
Okay. How does anyone have an objection to a time certain date of 27, assuming that there's not an undue delay in the court reporter's transcript? Can we just go ahead and say that all of them will be due on the June 27th?
Yeah, Madam Chair, just assuming that we have at least 10 days to, once we get the
Yes.
script in.
Yes, that's
I would be fine
assuming.
with that. Yes.
Yeah, that's assuming you have to have at least 10 days. That's required. So. Okay, so Mr. Bartel, any
Yes,
problems with?
That's agreeable. That's one
Okay.
page per day. I think I can do that.
So, okay. Okay, so I'm gonna say it is due at least 10 calendar days after the transcript with a date certain of June 27th. Okay, limited to 10 pages. We won't have response briefs. And of course, your citations to the transcript will use the form TR-page number. All right, once I have received the briefs, I will prepare a recommended decision, which will be served on all the parties of record. You will have 15 calendar days from the day I issue the recommended decision to file exceptions to the recommended decision. Exceptions shall not exceed 10 pages. Citations to the recommended decision shall use the form RD-page number. Once I have received any exceptions that have been properly filed, I will make a final recommended decision to the Secretary of the New Mexico Department of Transportation. The Secretary will then make the decision whether to adopt the recommended decision in whole or in part. The decision of the Secretary is the final decision. Please refer to New Mexico Administrative Code 18.9.1.19 for your reconsideration and appeal rights. Does anyone have any questions?
No, thank you.
Just real quick, do you consider that after this, that if the parties come to a settlement before, at any time, is that still open and you would consider that?
Absolutely.
Okay.
We are always encouraging the parties to work out the issues themselves. We find that it typically works better if you work it out yourself rather than having something forced on everyone. So yes, settlement can come at any time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So if there's nothing further to address, the hearing is now concluded at 4:04 p.m. on Thursday, May 29th, and this hearing is adjourned.
Thank you very much.
all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And court reporter, thank you.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody. It was nice
Thanks,
meeting.
everyone.
Nice to see you.
And
All right.
that's it. And I will talk with David Lee and tell, he's really fast at getting his transcripts done. So it could even be sooner. Okay.
Okay.
You've got your timeline worked out. Okay. Thank you, everybody.
All right.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.